Hello, hello. I'm just loading up Steam chat so I don't forget. Hey, Phil M. Hey, Cruddlefish. So happy Friday. I will first modify this today command and then we'll get to some things here. So Adam is planning on doing some light work, probably just in the morning. Yeah, launch is on Tuesday. If you do end up getting the game this coming week, please leave a review on Steam. Getting to 10 reviews is really important, but the more we can get, the better. All right, hello, Atomic, Mr. D-Boy, Chef Alton Flair. I watched like 12 hours of Skeleseller videos yesterday, and actually through it, I found a bunch of issues. This one was kind of crazy. So this happened on stream a little while ago. Let me see if I can show this in a better way. Base 64 convert. This is one of the obnoxious things about Google Docs. Hopefully this works. Okay, cool. Yeah, so here is a picture that I took. And what we see here is a bug that if you were paying very close attention to the stream, you probably remember. Well, what happened is skeletons are following these red dots. These are their pads. And you can see that the red dots should be within these rectangles that are here, the blue ones. But this goes outside of it. So these skeletons just got stuck. And this happened earlier because the key grinder was moving when we tried setting up the collision. So I just like froze it in place. Everything was fine. But then it happened again when I was watching Idle Cub's video. So I go look through Git history and I'm like, that's weird. My fix was in for that. So it turns out I don't still know what the exact cause is, but all I need to do is rebake the navigation mesh again after this happens. So now what we do is whenever we call like bake navigation mesh, we now trigger a 2-second timer to do it again. This sucks to have to do. It's not a difficult workaround. It's unnecessary work. And like I said, I don't know exactly what the cause is. It seems like it's probably an engine issue, but it fixes the problem. So whatever, that's all we need. Now, thankfully, it resulted in some confusion for Idle Cub. Idle Cub wasn't like, oh, this looks like a bug. They just thought they were doing something wrong, which is probably a testament to that the game is high enough quality where they were like, oh, I haven't encountered other issues, so this probably isn't an issue on the game's end. It's probably on my end. And then it eventually fixed itself because something else that they did probably caused it to rebake the navigation mesh. So yeah, I don't know. I spent some time fixing that. And I spent time just watching videos. I have observed a few different things. We've got a lot of little things we got to test now. This is probably fixed. Yeah, one of the things that I noticed, and this is a little bit unfortunate, but it's not a big deal, is no one really sees the goblin or the bird. They're just not looking at their town at that part. Hey, Leap Your Girl. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, thanks. People are making videos? Yeah. People are making videos. The influencers I reached out to, some of them covered it. Some other people covered it. There are quite a lot of views as a result of some of those videos. Like Idle Cubs is up to 53,000 and it hasn't even been a full day yet. And there should be another video online here at some point, maybe today. But I don't see it now. And then like, yeah, some kind of random people are covering it. The number of wish lists since yesterday, like the last 24 hours, has probably been close to 1,500. Like today it says 664. Yesterday it says 964. I mean, I can't figure out the exact 24-hour time because it just bundles it into days. So anyway, that's why I say approximately 1,500. But that's really good. Like this has gone up by quite a lot. Hey, please. Yeah. So we're at 14K right now. I don't think this is going to rise by like a super amount unless maybe on Monday. On Monday, we should be on not number one, but on the front page of Popular Upcoming, which right now we're not. So if you just looked at this, you don't see Skeleseller here. Actually, wait, sorry, let's go to here. You don't see Skeleseller here in Popular Upcoming. And most people if they're gonna look beyond this, well, actually, no, most people probably have this customized to some extent, where it's gonna show them games they actually might care about. But you have to click upcoming, and then from here you can't. Oh, you can just scroll down. Oh, that's nice. Okay, well, let's get that then. Is this gonna work? Yeah, I think we're number 15 right now. Okay, so that should hopefully boost wish lists as well. I like writing this stuff down. Oh, what was the number for that? 15? Hey, Matt. And hey, H. Not watched the stream in a long time? What happened to that robot game you did? Or is that this? No, that game was discontinued. Yeah, but welcome back. I'll still hold firm, 25,000 wishlist. You think I'll get to 25,000 by launch? Because I think there'd be a lot of heavy lifting by the popular upcoming section. They would basically have to provide like probably 9,000 wish lists or something. It's possible. And it's too bad I couldn't kind of be on there for longer. It's like a total of 20K at least by the time it launches. Yeah, but I think those numbers are caused by discrete events that eventually kind of fade away. So for example, that Idle Cup video getting like 53,000 views or whatever it was, that is probably leading to like 1,300 of those wish lists. That's my guess. I don't know for sure, but that's my guess. His video is not going to get another 53,000 views per day. And I only sent out so many keys. So other people can't play it until I share a key with them. Will it beat STS2? Oh yeah, of course, obviously. What's this game about? This game is about being a skeletal shopkeep where you build up your town and you sell items. I've got the Steam page there for it. I don't know if you want to do Reddit posts. Yeah, maybe I should do that like for Tuesday. I don't know. I got to figure that out. But yeah, weekend stuff. I'll write that down, Reddit post. So, and I want to watch these videos too. So how many events will there be until Tuesday? Probably like one more. Maybe. Yeah. So I guess two. There's going to be probably one other big influencer covering it, and then I'll move up the page on the popular upcoming thing on Steam. That'll probably help too. Anyway, clicking the goblin should probably be a non-hidden achievement since people don't usually spot him. I don't think I want to do that exactly. This I got to test. I got to test a lot of localization stuff. Which we'll get to in a bit. But let's tackle some of these. The goblin shouldn't hide for as long, but should maybe take longer to respawn. So if we look at goblin spawn, it is... We go into wait and walk. Don't we have a disappear state? Yeah. And what state do they start in? They start in disappear. So this takes between 3 minutes and 5 minutes before they show up. And then they hide behind trees for 30 seconds to a minute and a half. I think I want to lower this time. Certainly the max time. In fact, that might be a good enough change. So now, what was the average before this? 90 seconds on average before. And now it is 60 seconds. Is when the goblin will walk between trees. I think that's probably pretty good. In fact, we could do something else. You can push the ranges of this. Like we have it 30 to 90 seconds right now. We could push it to like 1 to 120 seconds. It's still the same average, but maybe you see the goblin move more frequently. I don't think that's a worthwhile thing to do. I think it's probably good enough. Hey, Bloat Lord and NeuralNet and Giganzo. You gonna run any ads prone in the game? And if so, where? I probably will after launch. Doing it before launch is difficult. In fact, spending any money on marketing before launch is a little bit difficult for me because I don't know what conversions are going to be like. So if I spend $10 on marketing, will I get $5 of ROI? Will I get $15? And in one of these cases, you don't want to do it. In the other case, you do want to do it. So I think I'm going to wait till after launch, wait for things to die down a little bit from natural marketing, and then kind of pick up an ad campaign a little bit. As for where, I don't know exactly yet. Am I excited? Yeah, I'm definitely excited. it was cool seeing people play the game. It's very interesting to see how player expectations shape their experience. And what I mean by this is people see idle game. So, for example, McQueeb covered the game yesterday. And the way that he started was he opened the game in the morning, then let it run all day. And then by the time he got to playing, he had like 40,000 gold. I looked at a video. I have achievements in the game. There's one for get 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold takes about 30 to 40 minutes to get. And story mode is only about 4 to 5 hours long in total. So now imagine you have 40,000 gold. It's like that cuts out like half the game. And if someone wants to play this way, that's fine. I'm not trying to call him a queeb out or something like that. The reason I say this is the expectation was basically like, oh, idle game means it's going to be 500 hours of time or something like that. So I'll try to get 2 hours of that out of the way because I'll have fun when I'm at the super powerful levels or something like that. But it's not quite that way in this game. And I think it ended up having some negative effects, but I mean, that's my outsider's perspective of this. For all I know, McQueeb thought it was a great time. I'm seeing that happen more and more though. Like there was another review that was posted, and I think this was a good review. Again, I'm not trying to call people out here. I'm just trying to give an opinion about this stuff. So this review, I think it's worth watching. Let me share this in chat. So this is a 21-minute long review. I think this was very well thought out and everything. And what I would boil this down to is this person had fun, and this person wanted a less casual game. And this is another thing that's kind of tough because I put a lot of thought into the game design for this, and there are ideas that I think could potentially work. But right now I feel like there's a very cohesive package that is Skeleseller. And as an example here, people have asked for like a hardcore mode in the past. And I just don't think it fits the philosophy of the game. I don't think it would turn out to be fun. I think people would just end up leaving the game running in the background. And I think it preys on the like numbers go up addiction that people have, as opposed to the I'm interacting with the game and exploring things and having fun side of things. So yeah, I think I'm going to still grapple with player expectations for a while. And I think the biggest ones will probably be like some concept of DLC or more content that people will be like, okay, I really like this game. I want more of it. What do you plan to do about that? And right now there are no explicit plans. It's like, I want to launch the game and ideally it does well and people are happy and they're liking it. Maybe I support it for a tiny bit, but I'd like to move on to the next thing at some point. Is it a mistake to label it an idle game, given that it has a definite meaning? So yeah, this is something I've thought about too. The way I look at it is idle means you're not actively controlling players or characters. But what other people like, there are two meanings here. The other one is this will be an infinite game that runs in the background or something that I pay attention to occasionally. So I'm going with this definition. And this is important to set the expectation for, because if people get into this game and they're like, oh, how do I move my... By the way, this is one of the first things people do, actually. They get into the game and they try pressing WASD and they expect it to move their skeleton. And it's not like that's incompatible with an idle game. You could probably have an idle game where you're still moving a character around. But I think by setting the expectation like, look, battles are happening automatically. You're not controlling this character. That it's like, okay, that's where idle comes from. Like you move the camera around with WASD, not the character. So I don't think it was a mistake, but I think it's hard to shake the connotations that people have. Now, if I didn't use idle in the marketing and all, I'd have to use something else and say like, hey, you don't directly control this. And probably what people would say is like, oh, I wanted an action RPG. This looked like an action RPG. Or I thought this would be like Stardew Valley or something like that. And I'll fight some other problem with expectations. And I guess that's the other problem that I kind of see with this. And it happens a lot in game design. You have problem A, so you come up with a solution. Now you have problem B. And you keep doing this until you've like tamped down. You've gotten your Jenga tower to be supported. And you have no real problems anymore. But sometimes you forget, like, why did I come up with this solution? Oh yeah, it was to solve problem A. And if you take this out, then your tower falls and you need to reconstruct it with different solutions. Hey user, kind of idle incremental games, click your heroes, NGU idle, etc. Yeah, like I said, that's meaning too that a lot of people take, but it could also just mean you're not actively controlling it. Now, with that said, that's where the rest of the Steam page comes in, and this is where influencers, I think, get a little bit of a pass here. A lot of the people I reached out to and just said, "Hey, here's a Steam page, and here's a game key." They're not going to look into, do I want to buy this game? Is this like, how are the reviews? What does the stuff down here say? They're not going to do any of that because I just gave them a free key. So when they load up the game, they're going to have whatever expectations they had by hearing the name and looking at pictures. Whereas real players will, some of them, I'm not saying everyone's going to do this, but some of them will actually read through this and be like, okay, yeah, I understand what's going on here. And they'll get to this point where I don't try to hide this. There's finite gameplay and there's 5 hours in story mode and 5 hours in bone mode. If people read this and they're like, yep, that's up my alley, then great. They'll know what they're getting into. So yeah, this is kind of what I'm saying. There's like moving goalposts for expectations, because if you address one set, you'll create another set, and there's only so much reading you can get people to do before finally they just try the game. Now, again, end of the day here, like everyone's having fun, at least it looks like it. So you can say these things are problems, I can say these things are problems, but it's resulting in people enjoying the game. So I don't feel like there's enough that's wrong here, and I think this happens with game design too. People are like, oh, well, have you thought of this? Have you thought of this? And it's like, okay, people are having fun with what it is right now. Could it be better? Yes, probably. But would getting it to be better change the experience for some people such that it's worse? Also probably. Maybe one of those pop-ups, your mouse is not moving. Are you still playing? Pause menu-ish? I don't think we need something like this. And I know this is from a few minutes ago, but yeah, my conclusion is people are having fun, so there's nothing actually wrong. Like if you or Lana wants to play with it in the background and come back to it and engage every once in a while, okay, that's totally fine. Now, if people end up doing that and they're like, oh, I'm having fun, and then the game ends and they're like, oh, that was it, and then they leave a negative review, then yeah, that's a problem. People would turn off music. Music stuck to my brain. Not like any idle game you played before. Yeah, you know, this is a concept that I've thought about too over the last couple days, which is that every other game dev influences your players. So imagine if every game said, hey, it's not like all the other idle games you played, then you just ignore that, right? So that when a game actually does come along that is unique, there's no way to convince people it's unique because everyone else has tried convincing people that their game is unique. And that's just marketing. It's not necessarily game dev. But yeah, whatever catch you'd come up with, everyone else is also trying to provide their hook. Hey Kevin, yeah, I know, snowy Friday. I couldn't believe it looking outside the window today. Game is fun, so when you're playing it, you want it to continue. Yeah. And I know you mentioned this on Discord. I think it's a good problem to have. That's definitely a case of that. Yeah. Cook cannot cook for every mouth. You can't please everyone. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing here too, is you have to at some point make some line in the sand. Like Dark Souls is not a casual game. Right? They don't market it as a casual game. They're not like, oh yeah, turn your brain off and play this game. It's like, no, it's a punishing game. And as a result, there are going to be people who just never like Dark Souls. On the other side of the spectrum is Animal Crossing, which is not a hardcore game. So if there's someone out there who's like, I got to min-max my currency and build up the best town and whatever else, it's like, they're not going to have fun playing that game. and if you recognize that and target your own audience, I think you'll have a better time than if you try to appeal to everybody. So that's another thing, is every piece of feedback I get, I feel goes through the filter of the game design philosophy. And if I didn't apply this, then I would end up just doing what every single person wants. And there'd be like equipment in the game and experience points and prestige systems and hardcore mode and all this other stuff where it's like, yeah, all that stuff was requested, but it doesn't work in harmony with one another. Here we run into the problem I'm painfully aware of. Players don't read. Yeah, I watched someone play the game. They were just playing the demo, but they did this. Well, I should just leave the game open when I talk about this stuff. They got the garbage slime in the game, and the garbage slime starts with an exclamation mark above their head. They clicked, and read none of that. And then I saw them feed potion after potion after potion and get 1 gold. Like they just kept doing this. Their shop was empty, and like okay, they ended up having fun with the game. So was that a problem? Like probably not. Like they didn't read this and they ended up still having fun. As a result, actually, this is by the way why modern games end up holding your hand a lot. As a result, this person actually did say the game felt slow in the beginning, and it's like, well, we could have had a tip pop up saying, hey, you're losing out on money because you're only getting 1 gold from this. But letting the player just realize that, I think, leads to a more satisfying outcome for the player. It also lets them shoot themselves in the foot. So like a lot of people get like this upgrade at first because it's cheap, and then they lost 25 gold, which is like 8 potions. So now they need to go get 8 more potions, which is an average of like 40 or 50 seconds. So it's like, should we disable that? I don't know. Maybe some people want to do that. Also, I don't know if I said hi, Monetic Bind, but hi, and hi, Phil V. Genres start more specific and grow more general as they evolve. Yeah. And I'm feeling a little sad if it was a fun game. Yeah, I feel the same way about limited TV series. Not limited series. Series that just had like 2 seasons or something and then got canceled. Although that's a little bit different because if you know what got canceled, there's almost no chance at a revival. So like I've heard good things about Firefly. I think that's one of those shows that got very few episodes. I don't know anything about the show, just that people thought it was good. But yeah, okay, it apparently ran from 2002 to 2003. So probably never coming back. Even if it did at this point, all the actors have aged by 24 years. So, I mean, are they going to like fit the same characters? They'd have to do something like time warp to the future or use different actors. So it's like, do I want to get in that show even knowing that it was probably good? No, not really, because it didn't get to tell its whole story. Or at least I think it was canceled early. I don't know. Just take that same example with a show that actually fits it. I don't know much about Firefly, like I said. Hey, Magnus. Hey, Jang Sean. Does Abby like the snow? I don't think she's looked at it too much yet. I think she was looking outside a little bit. But she's not fixated on it like she is with crows. She loves watching crows. Impressive. We had at least 20 players for the past 22 hours nonstop. Amazing. Yeah, that's been really good. In fact, I can show you the actual stats because you're probably looking at SteamDB, right? So right now there are 37 people playing the demo. And yesterday there were 900 people who claimed it, which does not mean they ever opened it. Of these 900, 30% will probably never touch it. And you can see those numbers reflected here. It's whatever, 11, 15, yeah, 30% will never touch it. But that means that a whole bunch of people played yesterday. Anyway, cool. Can you have the slime when it gets to 1G have some sort of thought bubble or something else? So I could do little things like this. It's just, I think that this is a slippery slope of getting toward modern game dev of hand holding to the point of like, okay, drag this potion here. Now drag this potion over here. At some point, just, yeah, let the player figure out that, oh, hey, if you feed like a million things to the slime, it's not a good idea. Now I watched Velhar play yesterday, and Velhar did the most unique strategy I think I've ever seen. He had just this amount of warehouse slots. He built nothing in the shop. He didn't upgrade the customers anymore. And he went all in on every single garbage slime upgrade. So he like intentionally didn't want to sell things so that the garbage slime would eat everything. And I think he was having fun. I don't think it's optimal exactly, but if someone's having fun, then great. Now reading stuff is a much bigger problem for Skeleseller than for me as well. I've had people playing my game at conventions turn to me and ask a question. Oh yeah, that's happened here too, where someone will, I don't know, they'll like look at something like this. It says at the bottom, note, click the lever on the side of the extractor to control this behavior, which granted does not have very high contrast from the rest of the text. And people will just ignore that completely. Or yeah, sometimes there'll be a tooltip saying, hey, do this thing, and they won't do that thing. But hey, as long as they can get back on track, I don't think it's a huge deal. Has anyone found the strat for hardest way to play? I think hardest way to play is probably just like start one battle with a level 1 character on auto repeat and then just leave your town. Because then you're earning the cheapest items at the slowest pace. And you have like one place to sell it. I guess you can't beat the game that way. You need to level up at some point. So I guess you'd have the farm too. But I kind of made that an achievement, not the archer, but if you beat the game with just the rogue and the mage, you get an achievement This is technically the hardest way to play. Not really, though. And I even kind of cheated a bit to make it easier for players. Must be cool to watch people play a game you made. Yeah, definitely. I think one of the other things that's cool, too, is I also made the music. And I like it when people enjoy the music as they're playing. I think it's really nice. You must go Busto. Okay, so let's check this in because I think it's a good change. So make the goblin more obvious. It used to wait an average of 2 minutes behind a tree. Now it will only wait an average of 1 minute. This should help players see the goblin. Although I imagine it'll still evade their focus. Yeah. There's another thing I could potentially do, which is before the game gets too crazy, because the goblin spawns once you beat the dragon, which is in the volcano. We could just make it spawn once you beat the ogre. And I think it'd be very obvious if we did that. But I don't want it to be too obvious. So I think we're just going to start with this and we'll see what happens. Sometimes picks up stacks, which felt annoying, but no big deal. I also got annoyed by the quick menu opening on item pickup at first. I thought it was a bug because I expected it to only open with a keybind. Thanks for playing it, Blub. Let me just read this first part again. Spamming the quick menu keybind sometimes picks up item stacks, which felt annoying. Can you go into more detail about this? It's intentionally supposed to pick up stacks, but I think there's probably something else that you're talking about here that isn't exactly what I'm understanding. So if we get this and this, if you have items in your warehouse and you press like 1 here, wait, why is that not working? Oh, because I don't have the armor shop. Yeah, you normally wouldn't get to that point in the game. Okay, so if I press 1 on this and 1 on this, it should move stacks. That's intentional. Was there any specific reasoning for that launch date? Patch just needed to choose one? Not incredibly, no. Yeah, nothing too specific. Just it sounded like a good idea. We need to pick something. Yeah. Yeah, so I am curious about that, Bob. But thanks for playing. I hope you had fun. All right, so Goblin done. This has confused a lot of people. I do want to address this. Has the price been decided? Yeah, it'll be $15, and that's USD, with a 15% launch discount and regional pricing. Let me just add a command about this. The launch price of Skeleseller will be $15. There. It used to be 12 days after my birthday. I was spamming the keybinds a lot of mountains of items to quickly move them to stores and stuff, but sometimes I end up picking up. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. That's when there's only one item in the destination. So like here, we have an obsidian blade. If I press 1, it's gonna pick up 1 item because we can only put 1 in the destination. Okay, I see. Hey, Dijin and Heyo. Can I get a signed copy? My name's already in the game. It's kind of signed. Okay, interesting. I never really thought about that. All right, Blub reported on this issue. So have 2 of an item on the ground, have 1 of that item in the shop, and quick move to the shop. It'll pick up, it'll transfer 1 item and then pick up the other. Blub wasn't expecting the pickup. Okay. Signed sheet music and a hoodie? Man, I hope people play the sheet music. I do think we probably need to alert that it's there in the game. All right, let's take a look at this problem. So I think this is somewhat easy to fix. The way the Earthen Taunt works, here's what its description is. When you have the most health of your party members, all enemy attacks will be redirected to you. This is not how people interpret this a lot of the time. So let's say the golem is at 100 out of 100 life, and the cleric is at 200 out of 200 life. Taunt will not be active because they don't have the most life. That's maybe okay. People could probably understand that. The problem is that the cleric can become untargetable, such that the golem will never have that ability be active. It would be impossible, because if they're untargetable, they can't lose life, which means that the golem can't get more life than 200. So that ability will just always be off. What people interpret it as, though, and I don't think I'm going to make this change, is just when the golem has more life than someone else. Taunt. This is not what I'm going to do. But we can change the bit about untargetability here. So what we do right now is we check any ally has more life than them. We also want to make sure that they're not untargetable. So we have untargetable by enemies component. So ally does not have that. That's it. Done. Now, what's the problem with that? As component T needs to take in an entity ally. Yeah, there we go. Super excited for the release. Hey, Showvote. Thanks for the 1/3 of a year resub. Yeah, I'm very excited too. I have settled on celebration dinner. It will be sushi. So I'm excited about that too. Although I really just been talking my wife's ears off about Skeleseller. I've been like, oh my God, this person said this and this person covered a video and blah, blah, blah. It's difficult since being untargetable kind of removes them from the valid set. Yeah, which is why I think making this change should be good. So now let's go test it. Hey, Goose. Now, there is a very unfortunate bug in Steam CMD right now, and it's been going on for a few days where I cannot log in. And without this, I can't easily update the demo. I need to jump through some hoops. It's not super hard, but it's annoying. I was debating, like, should I write some tool to SCP this stuff over to my Linux machine and upload from there? And I'm like, but then that's going to take time. What if there's a bug there? Fix this stuff, Valve. I can't find an issue reporter for like this issue. There's a Steam Linux GitHub repo, but not one for Mac OS. Okay, so how do we do this? If we just click grant most things, does the golem have less life than the cleric? 990 and yeah, nice. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to give them Shield of Unity. We're going to give them Earth and Taunt. And we're going to put someone else in who's got less than 990 life. The rogue, I guess. Yeah. So rogue, golem, cleric. And we need to go somewhere that there's one enemy. The Yeti. That's what we'll do. There. So what should happen is the golem should die 100% of the time at first. If I go to this correctly. Wait, yeah. 100% of the time. Good. Okay, so they died. Then it doesn't matter. Oh, no, it's not random. It's always the rogue. So it should always be golem, rogue, cleric. So let's speed this up and just keep testing it. Golem, rogue, cleric. Golem, rogue, cleric. I'm gonna let's run a few times just to even out for randomness here. The odds of it picking the same thing, 6-7 times in a row would be pretty slim. But yeah, it looks like this is working. So then the next thing we would do is we would take out Shield of Unity. So now the cleric could be targeted before the golem. So now the only guarantee is that no, the golem can be targeted first. Yeah, that's the point. So we should see that happen at some point. I don't think I've seen it yet. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay, I think this is fixed. Okay, so change Earthen Taunt to consider untargetability. Yeah, so this was technically working as written, but it confused everyone such that I want to change it. Scenario, have the golem and cleric, have the golem, cleric, and someone else in battle. The golem should have less max HP than the cleric, And the cleric should have, what's it called? Shield of Unity. And the golem should have Earthen Taunt. Earthen Taunt could never trigger in this case because the golem would never have the most life and the cleric could not be targeted since the cleric cannot be targeted. Now we just don't consider untargetable entities allies. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. Also, it's a one-line change to just having to span over multiple lines because of the length limit here. And the other thing, too, is we're not adding a function or anything. Just a function call, which happens in constant time. No, wait, no, it doesn't. Actually, it might. I don't remember. I don't remember how we do has component. Get component is here. No, okay, so this is O of n, which is kind of silly, but that's okay. All right. So that's done. Idle Cub got their spirits executed by the Yeti, but they didn't look dead. I may have already fixed that issue. So Idle Cub played on O-9-10 or something like that. I can actually just look at the video. Let's do this really fast. I'll do this off screen just because I never asked for their permission to stream this. They were on O-9-10, yeah. O-9-10 came out on, let's find out. This one takes a little bit longer to find because I gotta go to the Steam dashboard. Re-release. Builds. There it is. Okay, March 10th. O.9.10 came out. And what's today? The 13th. So I would have had to fix this in the last 3 days, which I don't believe I did. No. Hey, Ultramark. TikTok indeed. Huh. Okay, well, let's try reproing it. So we need the spirit caller to have all of their spirits. Ding, ding, ding. And that's pretty much it. Now we just go put them in a battle and get rid of this stuff and get rid of those. Okay. So the spirit caller's spirits are now targetable. There's a 1/3 chance they get hit. There we go. Yep, that is a problem. Well, that's unfortunate. I wonder if they're still doing something during that time. They probably aren't. Is there a log message? No. That's strange. Maybe they lack a disappears when dead component. They might have animations for dying. Are they considered characters or monsters? No, they're considered monsters. Spirit snake. You have a death animation? You do not. So then I'm guessing none of them do. So then they must disappear when they're dead, but they don't. So I probably didn't give them disappears when dead. Why no pre-sale? Couldn't find in the FAQ. What does that mean? I'm not certain I understand. There's a launch discount. I don't think that's what you're talking about. You mean like why can't people buy it now? And my answer to this, if this is your question, is just that there needs to be a launch date. The day that you can buy it is the launch date. Oh, why can't I pre-order it? Oh. That's just not a Steam function, is it? Pre-order things on Steam. Or maybe it is, but it's only for like huge games or something. Cannot pre-order games in the traditional sense. Instead, you can perform pre-purchases. I don't think this is super common. I think this is probably for like AAA games. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this works. Yeah. Hey, bored IT guy. No, it's okay, Ultramark. It's a fair question. I don't think you should feel bad for asking it. Yeah, I don't think it would probably benefit me. And well, okay, I guess maybe the theory is that like you get money ahead of time. But it'd probably be like a piddly amount. I pre-order a lot on Steam. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I wasn't aware of this stuff, but yeah, I won't be looking into that at this point. I also don't think probably many people would have pre-ordered. And yeah, I personally don't. I wouldn't benefit too much. Hey, Boolean, how you doing? Pre-order the game as AAA. The next game though, I mean maybe. Hey, Mevins, I would. You'd pre-ordered Skeleseller? Huh. Is he hurting launch day player numbers? I think the only games I've ever pre-ordered in my life are physical copies that I wanted to make sure didn't run out. And I'm not saying, I mean, people obviously in chat are pre-ordering digital games. That's fine. I am not of that mindset. No, definitely still an issue. Okay, so if we go to Battler, there's some concept of disappears when dead. And we do that here. This should work for spirits. So here's what we could maybe do. We could print their ability names. How about this? Let's start with just a print. Adding disappears when dead to... Is there actually a name here? I'll just say to a battler. Abilities. And then let's print all of their abilities for each. And I want this with a tab character. Okay, that should do it. So that'll let us know if we're getting this thing on them. They probably are. Because you consider almost everything as I know of. Some pre-orders come with early unlocks. Oh yeah, okay, that can make sense for the player. And like I said, I guess for the developer, it's get money early. I think most indie devs would go the early access route if they needed that. Because probably the difference between, well, actually, I don't know. Yeah, I'm curious how many indie devs use pre-releases or if it's even possible. I just mailed out my equivalent of $20, expecting my pre-order copy in the mail any day now. Yeah, you'll get it on a set of floppy disks. So there will be a U-Haul coming your way. Okay, so what do I need to do here? Just continue. Did I save? It's not that hard if I didn't. Yeah, I saved. Oh, in fact, it's already set up. Wow, look at that. Okay, so the spirit caller has to die. There's a 1 out of 4 chance that that just doesn't happen first, in which case we can't repro this. Come on. There we go. Okay, now their spirits have to die, and there's a 1 out of 3 chance that that doesn't happen. Okay, it happened, but I just realized that all that was pointless. All I needed to do is look at this. And yes, we are adding disappears when dead. So then why are they not dying? Disappear. Should disappear. Something should call this. Finished. Should disappear on death. That's fade out. We're probably changing something. Some animation or something. I don't know what. I don't see a problem so far. Oh, here it is. Spray animation finished on death handle. There should be another call to fade out somewhere. Oh, I think this is just wrong. Yeah, if you don't have the death animation, then this shouldn't work. What does it do? Oh, it just returns. Yeah, I think that's a problem. Okay, how do we make this easier to test? We have taunt in the game, right? How do we make it so that you're forced to attack this? Taunt buff will redirect attack. Okay, so let's just add a taunt buff that lasts forever to the spirit caller. Player adventure. Okay, so if adventurer class is equal to the spirit caller, then we need to get the effects component. Taunt buff, add. Good. Hey, Pressel. 2 days of streaming before launch. Yeah. Kind of crazy. Will you stream after launch? Probably still some Skeleton Seller stuff for a while. Then I'll probably take a break. Then I'll probably start a new game. Thanks, Presley. You know, this is really a breath of fresh air. Everyone keeps telling me don't change, remember us. But you're the first person who told me let the money change me and abandon everybody. I think that's good advice. I think we need more of that nowadays. Okay, so we want to do the same thing here for spirits. There's this in it. Okay, so let's just give it to the snake, I guess. If enemy ID equals enemy ID dot spirit dog or snake or something. I don't know if you can hear that incredibly loud vehicle outside, but there's like snowy roads here and someone's driving super fast. All right, let's see if that works. Skeleseller Plus. Skeleseller 2. More bones. I don't have any plans for Skeleseller 2. Abandon us again. I wouldn't say I abandoned you all. I came back. I was just going to the convenience store. 2 Skella, 2 seller. Hey, monkeys. Hey, dig it. I'm going to reappear on a new account with a fake mustache and webcam in the bottom left instead. Evil Adam. It'll be my new persona. Every time someone says something helpful, I remove a point from them in chat. Get your wife to react to your revenue with you on cam one day after the release. But I say the amount of money in German to her. I think it's a good plan. Ultramark for 3 years. All right, so it should target the spirit caller. Oh, the spirits are gone. That's because I broke something. Because what, we don't have the effects component yet? That's my guess. Yeah, common init probably does it. Where is it? Oh, there it is, right there. So then wouldn't this have broken for the adventurer? Or does the adventurer have that already somehow? Spirit caller. Init adventurer is after common init. Okay, I'm just being dumb. All right, so init enemy. We need to do whatever we did here after common init, which happens way down there. Okay, so let's just put this at the bottom. Done. You gotta do this space. I'll practice my cake space. I've said this already. I really admire what Cake's doing when it comes to streaming. This takes a lot of fortitude. Hey, look at this. Demand's still online. It's been, I mean, it's only been a couple hours a day. That's not so crazy, but it's been every day since launch, right? And for many, many hours. Like, I don't plan to do that. I don't think I'll have the energy to do that. So it should target the spirit caller. Good. Then it should target the snake. Good. And they don't die. So now we can figure out why they're not dying. Because when they get down to 0 life, we can set a breakpoint. I don't know why I closed that. Yeah, beast mode since launch. I don't know. I feel like I'm winding down on what I'm able to do. On death handle. So we're going to put a breakpoint here. It's going to hit 1 time for the spirit caller. I don't care about that time. So we'll just ignore that. So speed this up. It gets hit. We ignore it. And then it gets hit another time. And it is guaranteed to be the snake, right? So if we do abilities component, or just, I guess, get component. Abilities component. This. Get component doesn't exist. ECS. Hey, nice. This string should never show up. This is the spirit caller, though. So maybe did I have this backwards? What's this one? That's still the spirit caller? What? Oh, I think they inherit the abilities from the parent. Yeah, I think that's what happens. So I think this string should never show up as actually like snake bite or something like that. Spirit snake bite. Yeah. Is that what that is? Yep, right there. Not translated is this string should never show up. It should never show up to the player. It's not a problem that's showing up here. But okay, so this is fine. Now we need to figure out what's going on in this function. So it is not a fish. So we try doing this. This is going to do nothing, which is then going to have no sprite animation finished. So yeah, that's the bug. Okay. Well, then the fix is probably to check if drat. We would need to get its sprite frames to figure this out. Yuck. Alternatively, I could have this return a Boolean saying whether or not it actually set us into the new animation. Really cool to see the projects I've been following for a long time releasing now one by one. Yeah, yeah. It is neat. And I'm excited about the launch. I'm excited about the next game. I'm like 40% terrified of the next release because this was a lot of work. And I think actually one of the ways that you could probably reduce this amount of work is by getting a publisher who's actually good. Like I opted to just essentially self-publish. I mean, I know it's going through Steam. Hey, Wendy, thanks for the raid. Welcome, 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 everybody. It's good to see your progress in stream today. For my viewers, if you have not seen Wendy, please do follow. He's very entertaining. He does more of the art side on stream than the programming side, but it's all still game dev, and he makes some good games. Have you already planned the next game? Hey, TJ. Hey, Sick. Yeah, I have. I haven't talked a lot about it, so I'm still not going to yet for a little bit. But it'll still be a single-player game. It's probably going to be an adventure, comedy game, and it'll still probably be 2D. So those details I have shared. It's also probably going to take like 2 years to make, at least. Hey, Katie. Hey, Corpsey. And hey, Irad. Twitch Indie Game Dev Season 1 is ending. Oh, man. Some good games. I didn't say it as in... Yeah, anyway, you know what I meant. Go check out Windy. Someday you'll be able to type Steam Oceanborn. But that is not today. Well, actually, apparently this shows up. Uh-oh. You better sue that person. Yeah, hey, PKRW. Gonna be heavy story-based or mechanics-based focused? I still need to figure it out a little bit more. I've always steered more toward mechanical focus. But I think the story is going to be more important for this game. Yeah, some good games, some great games. Up, up, Shigeru. that was the best one. Hey, Highland. Got 55 views on my tweet. Contributed to the marketing. You did. Thank you, Dark. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so here's what I think we're going to do here. We're probably going to do a has animation on this. Yeah, in fact, let's do it like this. Public static void entity has animation. Node entity. Yep, cool. All right, so get this, do that. This should not have been void. Return. Cool. Then from over here, we check if that, then this, otherwise fade out. All right, now we got to make sure this doesn't break anything else in the game, and there's a lot of stuff this could break. Oh, super up, up. Oh no, I haven't even remembered the name correctly. I did like that game. I thought it was funny. Okie dokie. So we're going to target the spirit caller first, then we're going to target the snake and possibly other stuff. But this should finally fade out now. Yeah. Nice. All right, so now for the tricky stuff. We've got to, well, I guess we can load that same game. We've got to see if regular enemies die correctly. Let's go try that out. So when one of these things dies, yep, there we go. Fades out, looks good. We got to make sure reviving works. So we need Mushy to be in a battle that he'll die in. And he should come back to life. Okay, well, the golem can't also die. I guess let's put some other characters in. Target mushy. Okay, good. Now come back to life. Nice. Then die again. That's fine. Doesn't matter. Don't care. Okay. Cool. And then we need to try fighting the phoenixes. I'm going to speed this up and give myself invincibility. Oh, those are not the phoenixes. Those are the phoenixes. Okay, so these should also revive. I just need one of these to die. There we go. Okay, yeah. Looks like everything's fine. Oh, I was like, why is it laggy? But it's because it's printing out like a billion things, and that's apparently not fine. Attempt to disconnect a non-existent connection. Oh, right. Because we subtract fade out from down here regardless of whether we had added it. I could keep track of that in Battler. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. I'm probably going to write a hacky thing to do this. How are you feeling about launch? I'm like part nervous, part excited, part tired. I spent a long time yesterday watching some Skeleseller videos. There were several different people who covered it, and I'm incredibly grateful to all of them. And there should be some videos coming out today. But Idle Cub was by far the most traction on one of these videos. It's gotten 54,000 views in a day. And then there were some streamers who covered it. There were some reviews that came out 5 months ago. Is there anything new? I watched this person play. This is the first person to play the full game in Spanish. This was very entertaining as someone who does not speak Spanish. And yeah, this person played the demo too. So I had sent them a key. Anyway, in terms of wish lists shot up as of yesterday. And yeah, yesterday's were at 964 and today's are currently at 664. So we've gotten what, like nearly 2,000. How many were removed? 26, 25. Okay, yeah, the removals weren't too much. Yeah, so quite a lot in like a day, day and a half. Marketing, it works. It works. It works. Now, I also found out something else that was pretty interesting. I mentioned that McQueeb played the game. McQueeb was giving his intro of like how he found the game. And he said he saw on Twitter a post about the tutorial of the game. And I don't know for sure that this made it to Twitter, but I posted that post on YouTube and TikTok. So my own content led to another content creator seeing this and reaching out about the game, which means that even though it just looked to me like I got one extra view, it was a, important view, and that view led to more views that I wouldn't be able to track through that video. So I think it is important to make your own content. And that's something that I think is a good lesson for me for next time. And you really don't need to have a large following to do that, at least not on TikTok. I had an account with, I think, 1 follower, and I made something like 12 videos, I think. And the top videos got 75,000 views and like 41,000 views or something. And then the next one was probably like 13,000 views. So without any following whatsoever, pretty much, I ended up getting a little over 100,000 views. It's not crazy, but it's like I learned how to make those videos. I learned kind of what works, what doesn't work. I got to learn TikTok a little bit better too. I wish our marketing worked. Have you tried your own like shorts on TikTok? Because it seems very accessible in terms of not needing a following. I've done the same thing on Instagram. I posted the exact same videos and I got like 200 views each. I don't think Instagram just pushes it to random people, possibly because of spam, possibly because of wanting to take in money for advertising or something. 1 follower is great. Well, we ended up with, I think, like 650 followers from those posts that I made. I don't care about the followers really, although I will probably reuse the account, but I don't think followers really matter on TikTok. If they're going to push your video out to random people anyway, then what does it matter if someone's following you? I guess it's like some number of sort of guaranteed views, but even then, I don't know how much that works. Just having those people play the game must feel great. Yeah, it definitely does. I will say that anything that happens that's good or bad in your life, you eventually adapt to. And with people playing the game, I do appreciate it. I still like it. But I did see a lot of people play it back during the demo days that we had. So that feeling of novelty is not there as much anymore. And now it's kind of evolved because there are some things that happen in the game that I'm appreciative exist. And let me show you an example of one. So there are tips that pop up. And it's going to go through a bunch of these because I just started a new game. But let's say you build the Enchanter's Den and you get auto casting. A lot of people get this. They're like, oh, auto casting, nice. It's going to automatically cast a spell. And then they don't read the note at the bottom. The note says click a crystal to auto cast that spell. And there are the crystals, right? If you do not click one of these crystals and a minute passes, I think it might be a real-time minute, so there's possibly no way to speed this up. But anyway, I'll just say this so we don't need to wait around. But if you don't click one of these and a minute passes, it'll say, hey, you bought auto casting, but you haven't enabled it. And this happened yesterday when McQueen was streaming, and he's like, oh, that's really good. Because I've seen people play and they unlocked this and they didn't do anything about it. And I'm like, oh, the game needs to help you with that. And there are a lot of tips along those lines that pop up that are very contextual. Like you took too long to do something, but it's like way beyond the pale. And we gave you enough time to figure it out for yourself. So like maybe you need a nudge. I think this is going to happen. But like I said, it's probably a real minute. So I don't know how long it's been. My plan when I bother to start is Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok short form videos. Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, here it is. And then when you do finally click this, it knows that you clicked it and dismisses the tip for you after some amount of time. Or at least it should. Maybe it doesn't. Okay, it does. Yeah. Haven't done TikTok or Instagram. I refuse to install those apps. I should probably do something there. Our marketing was exclusively influencer outreach. Yeah, so I also refuse to install TikTok on my phone and Instagram, and I still haven't. But we had an iPad, so it's on the iPad now. And I mean, technically, it was on my wife's account at first because she already had TikTok and Instagram. But yeah, I think this is one of the sort of like truisms of marketing, which is you have to go where the eyes are. And the eyes are on TikTok and they're somewhat on YouTube, at least for shorts. They're definitely on YouTube for longer videos. And on Instagram, they're probably there, but I don't know much about how you get reach on Instagram. And like it used to be Twitter. And it probably also, where else did there used to be coverage? I feel like Reddit, there's still coverage there. But yeah. Hey, Karada. What's the problem with making auto casting from the time you get it and have people disable it? Oh, because there are 4 different spells and we don't know which one you want to auto cast. And they all do different things. And you can only have one. Well, you can change it at will. But yeah, I'll show what that is. So yeah, if you want, let's say, more customer speed whenever you get mana, then you click this one. But if you wanted, let's say, more, whatever, faux potions or something like that, you click this one. So if we turn it on for one of these, it might cast the wrong one for you, and you might be like, oh, now I got to wait for mana again. So that's why we can't do that. Take care, Windy. Have a good weekend. Thank you for the raid. I wish you the best. Okay, this is pretty straightforward. Did we get everything working? No, we didn't. I didn't do the fade out thing. Tried by asking mods by various subs first, and they said no, we didn't. Oh, they said no, so we didn't make any posts. Yeah, this is another sucky thing about Reddit marketing is it's the better to ask for forgiveness route that you kind of have to take. Although I did that too. I reached out to mods back in the past, and like I think a couple of them said I could make a post, but it had to be like very on topic for the subreddit. And yeah, I generally I like following the rules, so it just fizzled out for me. But at least with TikTok and Instagram and stuff, you don't need to worry about that because they want your videos. I do like an endorsement from Ricky. What do you mean? You're not a AAA game? Yeah, fake my way into AAA. Does AAA have some like accepted definition at this point? Oh, there's a Wikipedia article. Mid-size or major publisher. Yeah. Because in general, I think a lot of people kind of started twisting even indie games a little bit to just mean like a small team. It used to mean that you were sort of independent from publishers or independent from, I don't know, like established companies or something. $1 trillion budget. All right, well, I should take a quick break because an ad's about to start. So where I left off, need to only remove fade out if we added it. Otherwise, we get an exception. All right, I will be back in just a bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Close the game. Hello, everyone. Okay, so would you guys quit spamming my chat? You can jump once next game, okay? Whoever jumps the highest in that one jump, that's the person who wins. None of these multiple messages anymore. It's nice to see so many people playing, and you've all gotten very good at the game. All right, so we've got a couple of options here. We can keep track of that we've added this thing. Although, why do we have this here? Animated sprite. This sprite is different from the animated one? No, it's not. I don't like this. Yeah, I don't like this. And that function I added is pointless. We gotta change that. The money's already changed. The money that doesn't exist. Don't patronize me. I was talking about everyone but you, the other 12 players. Okay, so we don't need to do this. We can just do sprite dot has animation. Is that not it? Oh, sprite frames dot has animation. There. All right. Add fade out and then keep track that we added fade out. I don't know. I don't like this. I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do this because I don't want to spend any more time on this. Added fade out animation. This is a hack to fix a bug close to launch. We don't want to remove the animation finished listener unless we actually added it. Fade out. So actually what we could do here is not check the is fish thing. We could just check this now. All right, that should do it. All right, well, we got to test everything. Regular enemies, phoenixes, fish, mushy, summons. A 100 player match. When we were playing Animal Royale back in the day, the video that I had from in here was right after Kit rated us. And we had a crazy amount of people playing that game. So for those who hadn't seen this game, I made a plugin in Minecraft where you could connect through Twitch chat as a sheep and you shot TNT at each other and the last sheep standing would win. And on this particular day, Kit rated with like thousands of people and you can see like sheep number 170 joined. I don't know how many people there were total. If I advance this a little bit. Yeah, it was more than 200 people. Hey, look, there's Goose. And yeah, I think it was fun. But it was also very chaotic. It might be less chaotic here with like 50 people, but once there's 100 or 200, you probably wouldn't be able to see where you are. Multiple jump commands would be cool. Yeah, you have to queue them up yourself. I don't really plan on changing Jump Royale at this point. Hey, Seshamara. All right, I can't recall if I've started this, so let's just start it again. And let's close every other tab that I have open because we don't need that stuff anymore. Carefully ignores young Adam. I just don't see a need to comment on it, I guess. All right, what do we got? So we start with just a regular battle. Let's say this one. This should work as intended. We should see enemies die and then fade out, and hopefully one of the adventurers dies too. Yep. And on the adventurer front, we have no such luck, but that's when we just go to a stronger battle and we will have that luck for sure because there's no way they can win this. So one of them will die. Well, all of them should die, but I want to see them fade out. Oh, they don't fade out. Yeah, they just fall over and their life bars fade out. Okay, that's working. Now let's put Mushy into the battle. Mushy will die, but then revive. Should come back to life. Good. Then we do grant most things, and we go into the Phoenix battle. And now the Phoenixes should die and then revive. This one takes a little bit longer. Yeah. Okay. Then a fishing battle. Nice. And then what was the other one? Regular summons? Yeah. And there are no errors, hopefully. No errors. Nice. Should have gotten rid of all those log messages, though. What did I say? Summons? Yeah, summons. Summons, we could probably do over here. They should die. The summons, I mean. Oh, I have invincibility on. Can't die when they're invincible. Okay, let's try that again. Yeah, nice. Perfect. Okay, I think everything's working. Yeehaw. To delete this, because we never used it. Delete this. And this. These are both the same if statement. Wait, if fish don't, I can probably simplify this. Although it's, I'd probably need to retest it. You don't need this. Yeah, I can simplify this. All right, let's go do it. So we can change this to is just this right here. Fish and some summons don't have death animations. Like the spirit ones. And then just delete all that stuff. That's a much simpler function. Yeah, nice. Hey, Carl. No idea how peeps get good at coding. It amazes me. So I've spent quite a long time coding. I also went to college for it. Looks like you're using an ECS. How do you like it? So we rolled our own for this. And I think there are some pros and cons. I think one of the cons is getting to this system that we have took a while. Like if there were some off-the-shelf thing, then it'd probably be nice. And we still have some like minor perf issues with it. And the pros are that like you can write logic in one place and have it affect multiple entities. And I think it's easier to reason about the individual components. So like a health component here just keeps track of two things, max life and life. It's got some signals for when their health changes, your max health changes, when you die. And then it's got functions for just changing those things. You took damage, you change your max life, you want to insta-kill something, you want to revive this thing. So it's nice to have all this in one spot. And it's not like this is tied to an adventurer or a battler or like a tree in the game. So I do like that. But in terms of how systems end up acting on these things, it's not the clearest. Like we have code. Where is it? Yeah. We have code here where whenever you add an entity to, or whenever you add a component to an entity, we check to see if a system cares about it. And this is something that like a proper ECS would just know about in a much faster way. Another benefit of ECS is that you typically get some sort of like cache coherency because you've contiguously aligned all of your data in memory. We did not do that. And originally, we actually put the components in the Godot scene tree, which caused a massive performance hit because of all the marshalling that happens. So, yeah, there were a lot of little things we needed to work through. I don't think I tested this one more time, right? I'm losing my mind. So I'm going to be slow with things and I'm going to be retreading a lot of ground. So I want to try this again. And actually pretty much those exact same scenarios, which is unfortunate. But I did simplify this code and I want to make sure nothing's broken with it. Let's do that. So mushroom should die, comes back to life. They didn't even kill a single enemy, but if I put the rogue into the battle, they should, right? Let's do that in, I don't know, yeah, the mage, fine. So now hopefully they kill one of these. Nice. Fades out just fine. Okay, cool. So there's that. Now we need to take a look at summons. Summons should also die just fine. Yep, cool. And we should have no issues here. Good. And then we need the phoenixes and fish, right? All right. Let's just click grant most things. It'll be much faster. Cool. And Phoenixes. I'll put the rogue in, and we'll give the rogue a lot more damage so this doesn't take as long. Oh yeah, cruising through that life bar. Great. Yeah, it looks like everything's working. Take care, Leap Year Girl. Have a good weekend. You think you'll keep with it into your next game or try to find an off-the-shelf one or go to some other paradigm? So the next game is incredibly unique in terms of like mechanics and presentation. At least I think it's unique. So I'm not totally sure how I'm going to approach a lot of the development yet. It'll make more sense when I eventually reveal what all this is about. The secret is I actually have talked about it on stream, but then I started acting like I never talked about it. So if you went back far enough, you'd find out what the idea is. But I'll share it eventually. It'll all be public. And when I say eventually, I mean like probably short number of months, unless Skeleseller does so fantastically well that I'm like, all right, we're just working on this for a while. So I think we actually removed code from here in the end. Did we? We added 8 lines, but how much of that was just due to comments? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. But this is still pretty simple. Yeah, I like this. Fix bug with entities not disappearing. I think this may have just affected the spirit summons. I noticed this when Idle Cub was fighting the Yeti. The spirit caller died. Then the spirits got executed. But they didn't fade out. Thankfully, he never commented on it. Finally, Bowland becoming real. Finally. I mean, you can make your own ECS. I think with any system like that, so ECS as a whole, for those who don't know, stands for Entity Component System. And in itself, you can bundle this whole thing and say that that is equal to a system. Anyway, with any system like this where it's foundational and that you could do a lot of stuff wrong, I think it's nice to have something that's off the shelf, is maintained, is well coded, works for your needs. And it's the same reason people use game engines. It's because, hey, it's having all the stuff that's off the shelf and might follow best practices and we'll get updates and, you know, some new VR device comes out down the line and they're like, oh, we have support for that now and you don't need to do anything for it. That's all really nice. You have a macro that expands to it? Yeah, I have macros for a lot of this stuff. Pretty much every emoji you ever see me type is something that I have a macro for. So I also have it for words like organization or infrastructure that are really hard to type or environment variables or something like that. And yeah, ECS, anything I talk about enough. And then other little things like, I don't remember what the release code for Skeleseller is or the playtest code. These are the app IDs, not codes. Yeah, I have a lot of those things in there. All right, so we're done with that. Belhart wasn't getting the Apples achievement. I don't have an explanation for this. I'm not sure if there's a reason for this, by the way. So here are the facts. Belhart got every other achievement just fine. Belhart couldn't get the Apple achievement to show progress. This was true even despite restarting the game. And the Apple achievement is the only one backed by a Steam stat. So is there some way for players to turn off Steam stats? That seems like it should be impossible, right? Steam stats and achievements. There. How do you type so fast on that waffle keyboard? I mean, most of the regular typing you do feels like just a regular keyboard. Like, imagine if you took a QWERTY keyboard and you just cut out all the non-letter characters. It would look like a waffle, but you'd still be able to type just fine, right? So imagine that you have this, and you're like, all right, I'm just gonna cut those out, and these, and kind of all of those. So now you just have this, and then you split it in half, and then you type on it, and it feels normal. The hard part is when you do want any of these things that I just drew over here. Like you want the caps lock key, or you want, $. Sorry, I asked. Anyway, the answer to that question though is layers. So if I want to type numbers, I just hold this key and now I'm typing numbers. If I want to type symbols, I hold this key and now I'm typing symbols. So yeah, you just get used to where everything is and then just fly around your keyboard. Any keys on layer 4. We don't talk about that layer. Hey, Kibble. Which side is space on? I put it on the right side. When I type on a regular QWERTY keyboard, my left thumb does nothing. That's actually one of the reasons I want to get a keyboard like this, because I have 3 left thumb keys here. So now my left thumb does not do nothing. So yeah, can you turn off stats? I don't think there should be a way to do this. Special considerations should be all age appropriate. By default, games are limited to 100 achievements at first. Once your app reaches the threshold for profile features, what does that mean? Games that have achieved broad player engagement and some commercial success are eligible to create content that players can use in their Oh, this isn't even possible by default? I didn't know that. I thought everyone could make this stuff. Oh, that explains a lot. I didn't want to do this yet, but I wanted to do this eventually, and I didn't realize it was only for people who actually got some success with their games. What metrics are used to qualify this? Our confidence metric is based on sales and player engagement. We do not include data from reviews, wish list, total play time. We're simply looking for a broad player base. Okay. Wow. Interesting. Didn't know about that. Hey, Mexicans. Did you buy the template and you built it, or is that pre-made? So do I have this accessible somewhere? I don't. Not easily. If you go here somewhere. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So what I did is I took an existing PCB design and I chopped off the edge column on each side. And then I got this manufactured and sent to me, or fabricated, I guess, and sent to me. And then I soldered everything. And yeah, so I can't say I designed the whole keyboard, but I also did have this particular PCB is unique to me. And then yeah, set everything up. So very, very nerdy endeavor. But my left thumb likes doing nothing, but your brain doesn't. Your brain wants more efficiency. More questions? Ask questions on the discussion board. Hey, is there a discussion board for Steam CMD? I did not realize this discussion board even existed. I think I want to post on here. Am I allowed to post that topic? Restricted and visible only to accounts with Steamworks access. However, okay. I probably can't. I don't know. Use discussions to ask these. You'll also find FAQs. How do I find my problem here? Login issues? Maybe this is it. Anyone else having this issue? Not that one. No response to support ticket. Anyone else mention login or user info? Hey, Syracuse. Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't arrived yet, Cuddlefish. Yeah, we're running out of time here. Waiting for user info ... error. This is what I want to find anything existing on here. Info, okay. Where's error? Why is no one else hitting this problem? Maybe timeout? Hey, okay, water. And hey, Lammy. Hopefully it goes as well as for you as it did for cakes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should post about this. Maybe I should also try just reinstalling Steam CMD. Yeah, I saw the comment on it in that thread. I gave it a thumbs up. But yeah, this is unfortunately for Steam for Linux. It's a Mac issue. I mean, thanks for the resub. I could have sworn that just happened very recently. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Happy half year. Slow me down when going back and forth between keyboard styles. You could use the same keyboard on all of those things if you want. But yeah, I think once you get to be proficient with it, it's not actually that bad to switch between keyboards. I can still type pretty quickly on a regular QWERTY keyboard. And I don't use QWERTY on a daily basis anymore. All right, well, let's try that at some point. Maybe I even try that on stream. Try getting Steam CMD from scratch. Maybe that's the problem. But yeah, I don't know what to do about this. How is this possible? And if anyone knows more about Steam than I do, please tell me, because this thing right here, every other achievement we have in the game is just a Boolean. You have it or you don't. This one is backed by a stat, so there's a progress bar. I happen to have clicked 25, so it's filled. But if I hadn't clicked 25, it would say, you know, 12 and show half the progress. Is there some way for people to turn that off? Like, why was Velhard not getting progress? I looked at the code, everything was fine. I tested it myself beforehand, everything was fine. Oh, thanks, monkeys. Okay, that clarifies about Steam then. Turn off the progress. Yeah, is there some way to do that? That's what I'm wondering about. Hey, Ramy. Let me look at the code for this again. Stuck on 2, but I still got after. Okay, so it's a Steam issue. So then Velhart probably did get this. I wonder if Velhart's Steam profile is public. I think they're streaming right now. Where are they? There, Velhart. Okay. Let me go ask really quickly. Hey, streaming right now, so I can't hear you. But do you mind seeing if the Apple achievement shows the correct progress at this point? Okay. Hopefully they see my message. They have not yet. They might be talking. All right, well, I'll keep an eye on this. He still hasn't seen the message. He's never gonna see it. Oh. Oh wow, he's using the quick move menu. Using all the keyboard shortcuts. Who do we need to see what? I'm talking to Velhar right now on Twitch. To immerse in the game. Yeah. There's their channel. I want them to check an achievement because they had an issue yesterday. But they still haven't read my message. Oh, this makes for wonderful stream content on my stream. All right, I'm going to assume this is not a problem. I should probably write about this on my notes. Write about this in my notes. Yeah, I think they're just engrossed in completing the scenario. I still don't think they've seen my message. Oh man, retired Android. Thank you for the tier 2 resub. Very, very kind of you. Appreciate you. All right, well, I give up. I'll still write this in my notes. Steam. Where do we write this? Stat. I don't know. I don't know where I would have written this. And unfortunately, the word stat is too common. Steam integration? I don't think it'd be this. Yeah, here it is. Generated by a stat. Max value is this. Do not set this. If this doesn't update in real time for people. Wait a second. What? Stuck on 2, but I still got it after clicking 5. Yeah, so sometimes it seems like the Steam UI doesn't update the stat even after quitting and reopening the game. It's possible, or it seems like it's just a visual problem and that you'll still get the achievement when you hit the correct number. Okay, I've had Velhart stream open for 3 minutes and 30 seconds now. I still don't think they've seen my chat message. They're locked in. Still watching streams from September? You're going to catch up at some point, and then you're going to be like, why isn't Adam streaming more? You have targeted early 2025? Yeah. It's Hofstadter's law. I should get a link to this. Yeah, this. It always takes longer than you expect, even when you take into account Hofstadter's law. Velhart, read your messages. Hey, Midnight Simon. Hey, did you see my clip? Because I saw I got like 6 views. You'll know what I'm talking about if you saw it, and if not, you won't know. Well, welcome everyone. We are very, very close to launching Skeleseller. I've been working on this game for almost exactly 2 years. In fact, I think this is the 2-year mark today when I started designing this game. And now we're launching it in 4 days. 4 days. You don't know what clip? Okay, yeah. Check the clips of your channel for one made by me. I'm sure you'll get a kick out of it. According to my boss, he asked me, do I have idea how to schedule a project and not go over the time? Yeah. Very excited to try it out. Yeah, awesome. How was your stream? Is the Steam stat system part of achievements or separate analytics? So I don't know exactly how they do it on the back end, but it's all part of one logical system at least. And yeah, so stats are just numbers that you can increment in the back end when you do something. And then the achievements can be based on those stats. So something like earn 10 million gold. If you're getting 1 gold per minute in the game, like you don't want to track how many minutes have I played or how much gold am I up to. So like you'd have a stat for that and then you'd see a progress bar for it. Anyway, yeah, so this is the game I'm working on. If anyone wants to check it out, here's a link to it. By the way, Simon, I didn't mean to make you go check the clips yourself. Sorry, I just thought it might be faster for you. Let me see. Twitch clips. Yeah, here it is. Wait, is this, how do I get the share link for this? Why is this tedious? Okay, there. Got it. Thanks, Mixkins. Okay, it has been 6.5 minutes, I think, and Velhart has not seen my message. Oh, man. He's definitely locked in. What are your expectations? You have a minimum number in mind? You know, I've been thinking more and more about this because people have been asking, and I even talked about this a little bit in that evolution video that I did of Skeleseller. But one of the things that I mentioned was that in order to make minimum wage, oh, nice, he's checking now. Hang on a second, let me see. Ah, got it. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Still can't hear. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so let me close this thing out and then I want to respond to that. No, I guess that's fine. This is fixed too. Okay, yeah, so if you just take minimum wage, let's say it's $20 an hour. That's like close to what it is here. It's actually pretty expensive in this area. And you multiply by the number of working hours per year, which is roughly 2,000, you get 40,000. And that is per year at minimum wage. And then you take how much I'm selling the game for, which is 15. You multiply by the cut that I would get, which is 70%. And then you divide 40,000 by that. And this is how many like sales per year to make minimum wage through Steam. But something I forgot to mention is if you're working at like, I don't know, a lot of different jobs, and I live in the US, you would probably get some kind of healthcare benefits, etc., that are like on top of your wage. So like this is the bare minimum to say that you made just minimum wage, nothing else on top of that. Anyway, all this is to say that what I'm kind of targeting is like more than 20,000 sales. I don't know how reasonable that is. Also need to do 15% for sales tax and refund from gross. Yeah, although minimum wage would also have that applied to it. Well, not the sales tax, I guess. Actually, yeah, I hadn't thought of that. Well, I guess it depends on where they're selling it, because in the US, you'd have tax applied on top of it, so it wouldn't get taken out. Yeah, so that's kind of hard to figure out. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, like, can we talk about working 2,000 hours a year? That's 50 weeks of 40 hours. I mean, that's pretty standard in the US, at least, for a full-time job. In the rest of the world, it's not necessarily standard. You get more vacation time. But still, it's like, what, 47 weeks a year at like 40 hours? Maybe some jobs are 35 or something. TikTok is on to you for the addiction thing. How many wish lists do you have? I think it's at like 14,000 something. Yeah, 14,200. Seems pretty reasonable based on your game and the current wish list. To hit more than 20,000? Yeah, and I'd like that to be true. I'm doing what I can to try to make it successful. But yeah, that would work out to what do we say, like 10.5 minus anyway, let's just do the gross, I guess. So yeah, times 20,000 is what am I doing? 210,000, I guess. Yeah. And it's just, I don't know. You look at some, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Let's just move on from this. 1K more than yesterday. Yeah, it's gotten a lot of wish lists since then. Is advertising evil? No, I don't think so. What marketing have you done? It was some influencer outreach, some videos that I made. I mean, streaming is technically like a slow burn for marketing for all this stuff. I did Next Fest. I was on the front page of Twitch at one point, and I think that's about it. I did some press outreach too. That amounted to nothing. I don't think the game sounds like it's unique enough for press to want to cover it. Like, I haven't checked today, but yeah, I don't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything here. Hey, June. Are you saying I'm watching an ad? Depends on what you consider an ad. Change dud perk achievement to make it clear that it's in bone mode. Yeah, for people reading the achievements, I should probably do this. Also, it's only in English, so it's a very quick change. All right, take care of Presto. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be an afternoon stream. I'm not sure. One of the other things I got to do this weekend is like make a short video about launching the game that I can post on Tuesday. So let's pull up the achievements. Hey, Memory. Hire 50 people to dress up as skeletons and swarm New York City, Times Square, all holding signs with QR codes for the game. A flash mob of skeletons. Probably wouldn't work, but might be neat. That'd probably get press coverage at least. And welcome to the stream. Hey, Pickle. With those wish lists, you can probably get 10x your minimum. You think that could be 200,000 sales? I would be pretty surprised. We're like a little less than 15K turning into what, 200,000 sales. It's possible. Yeah, I think that would be very tough. I think there are other properties of Skeleseller that make it a little bit harder for it to have lasting power. The whole game is probably about 10 hours. So if you're watching a streamer play it, that's like 2 streams for that streamer. And then if they're done, there's no like, oh, I'm going to go back and replay story mode or something. So yeah, it's like, even if you're, I forgot like the most popular streamers in the world to cover it, they'll probably play it for like half a week and then they'll be done and they'll move on and there won't be that coverage anymore. So that's one thing. There's no like Twitch integration or multiplayer that kind of also helps spread this. I just buy them when they're available. I wishlist games for a really bad reason. I have Game Pass and I'll wishlist games on Steam so that every once in a while when I check Game Pass, I'm like, oh, is a game now available on there? So I don't need to pay for it on Steam. But I don't tend to buy games that frequently. I don't tend to like games that frequently. The last game I bought though is a game that I like, Slay the Spire 2. Oh, what am I doing? I'm being a doofus is what I'm doing. Hang on one sec. Let me pull up the achievements. Steamworks setting. Okay, so we should have both of these open now. Playtest, playtest. Yeah, cool. So achievements. So we have one here about dud perks. Here it is. Max all dud perks in a single run. There's only one run that has this, and it's the power scenario. So I should probably just change the description to say something like, maybe this should just be hidden. Also, I didn't realize this, but apparently you can just look at hidden achievements. You can scroll down to, well, I have them all, but maybe if we go over here. Yeah, one hidden achievement. You can just click this. Oh, no. How did I watch someone do this? How did they do this? How do you view hidden achievements on Steam? Open your game library, select a game, check the achievements, use third-party sites. I could have sworn they just clicked it. Huh. Go to global. Oh, yeah, that's how. Ah, yeah, click to show spoiler. Thank you. Yeah. Go back to play Adam's other game? Yeah, maybe. That'd actually be pretty cool. Average play time was for Steam games. Only realized it's all hundreds of games I never touched. Wow. Yeah, it's not even that uncommon. Hey, dudes. Now, what kind of brownies? I like peanut butter brownies. And actually, marshmallow on top's pretty good too. Pretty much just throw as much sugar on top as you can. Where is the die during the intro cutscene one? Where is that? What am I missing here? Am I just not seeing it? There it is. Why doesn't that show up in my achievements? Oh, it's right there. Okay, my bad. Yeah, second in the lock. Thanks, yeah. Chocolate chip. Nice. Hey, Mysterious. Been baking with Adam on the kitchen iPad lately too. What are you making? Also brownies? And are you both trying to make me very hungry? Because it's working. Oh, there's another game lesson I wanted to write down. Yeah. Lessons learned. Small features can have a big impact. Also, they don't need to be like super advanced. For example, I originally wanted to make a museum in Skeleseller where you could view all of the items you got, see boss statues, etc. I ended up just adding boss statues, and I did it in the cheapest way. When you beat a boss, a statue appears on the town map. Several players, well, not several, I mean, there haven't even been that many people who've seen it, but of the few people who have seen the game as of today, a good deal of them appreciated that detail. And one even went to find the statue on the map after beating a boss. Yeah. Same thing with the fire and dagger achievement. People actually enjoyed that. It was super easy to code. Made bread. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I had a teacher in college who, well, the class was really just like private lessons pretty much. But she would get this loaf of bread from someone who worked at a bakery, and she's like, "Oh, I don't want to eat that many carbs." So she just like gave me a giant loaf of bread every once in a while. And even though I loved it, it was a lot of bread. So that was the kind of thing you need to share with like 6 people to eat the whole thing. Hey Schwartz, wish you a great and successful start with Skeleseller. I won't be joining the streams next week, so I'll just say best of luck in advance. Thank you, Schwartz. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'll try to post some updates to Discord if I can here and there. But I'm excited about it. I'm looking forward to it. All right, so going back to what I was working on over here, we have this max all dud perks in a single run. Current description. It's not clear to new players what this means. So option 1 is make it hidden. Option 2, which I think I'm leaning toward. Also, it's very easy. I just check a box. Option 2 is change the description to make it clearer. What would we say though? Max all dud perks in like that bone mode scenario. There's only one that has it, but I might move it around. Maybe a particular bone mode scenario. But we might eventually put them in multiple, right? Alternatively, we could do both of these. I think we might want to do both. Hey, Fullbox, on a scale of 10, current stress, excitement, and fear levels. On a scale of 10. I guess it has to be 10 for everything then, right? There are no bounds for the scale. On a scale of 1 to 10, stress, excitement, and fear. Stress actually feels pretty low. Maybe like a 3. Like, I'd say nervousness is a little bit higher. Nervousness maybe like a 5. Excitement is probably a 7 or an 8, but it is only dulled by fatigue, which is giving it like a -1 or 2. So fatigue is at like a 4 or 5. Fear, I don't I don't think there's really any fear. So yeah, those are my stats. Strength, dexterity, luck, handsomeness. I think those are all the important ones. As RPG stats, IRL. Well, everyone has a strength stat. You might not know what it is, but it dictates how much you can lift. I wouldn't give a 14. Well, that's why you put the cap on your message, because you would give a 14. Okay, so yeah, I think we should do both of these things. So maximal in bone mode. I could put in parentheses, these only show up in one scenario, but I don't want to do that. Oh man, I don't know how to say this. In a single bone mode scenario. Yeah, how about that? Must have rolled pretty low. Oh, you rolled a 7. That's good, right? No, that's actually for all of the stats. I guess 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. But your humor's at a 2. Okay, so max all bone mode ones. Yeah, let's put this here. And then I do think I want to make this hidden as well. And that's this check mark, right? I think so. I know I haven't saved anything yet. Yeah, that's that check mark. So max all dud perks in a single bone mode scenario. Max all dud perks in a single blood mode scenario. Okay, save and save. And now it should say that we need to publish at the top. It didn't. Maybe it only flashed for a second. Let me go take a look at this off screen. Yeah, that worked. Okay, I'm going to publish now. Give me a sec. This takes a little bit of time. It's just a lot of clicking. Oh, that's weird. I think there used to be an extra click. All right, your changes have been published and your changes are live. Good, good, good. My strength stat is 1. Do achievements not get translated? I just didn't translate them. I don't know how many people care, but I didn't want to make the translators do a whole bunch of extra work. We have, I think, like 25 achievements. And there's a title and a description. And maybe it's just those two things. So that's 50 strings per language. And we have 5 languages. So it's 250 strings. I just didn't want to do that. Wowiness. What a stat. What a stat. Okay, so that's done. What else? I think I should take a break soon. But I think we need to do the localization stuff next. I'm also debating on whether we should address this thing that Blub reported. It's probably not expected. And I'll write down, I assume the fix would be drop the item again if you didn't have it on your cursor to begin with. Yeah. Hey, Kappa. Yeah, you can look at them directly on Steam. Yep. I just showed this over here. If you click global achievements, you can scroll to the bottom and then click show spoiler. I mean, I can click this one. This actually doesn't really reveal very much. I really expected people to find that achievement on their own. And I think Velhart saw the bird and clicked it once, but you need to click it 4 times. And they just never did. All right, I'm going to take another quick break. So I hope you all have fun playing Jump Royale. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Hey Deller. Hey ABC. Hey Lewissoft. Close the game. Okay. This won't be fun, but we need to do this. Which is we've got to test location names in Windows, elite banners, and the battle map error messages in all languages. Which is Spanish, German, Italian, French, Portuguese. Right? Yeah. Because we've already tested English. Now what? How do we easily do some of this stuff? I could just write some code in here, probably. Can you open a scene in those languages? We can, yeah. But I wanted to see in the game with the themes all set up too. I don't think this will be too bad. Where's the banner? Where does the banner show up? Show defeated elite banner. Here it is. Okay, so we put page up code over here. Delete. Delete. Nope. All right, sure. So show defeated elite banner. And pass in an instance ID. Instance ID. Or we'll just call this testeroni. Actually, no, we'll have it be an index. Yeah. There. Now we got to save these somewhere. Actually, this could just be saved here. List instance ID testeroni equals. So we want the canyon, volcano, crypt, waterways, mines, mountain, jungle, inferno. Okay. Canyon, volcano, crypt, waterways, mines, mountain, jungle, inferno. Okay. Index plus plus. Index starts at 0. All right, so that'll test that. And then what else do we need? Location names in Windows. We can just open those up. And battle map error messages. That's easy too. Okay, so we can just run this down. All right. So we set the game to Spanish. Start a new game. Click grant most things. So we need to go here and look at all the error messages that can show up. This should just get bumped upward. We should do that. Which we might not be able to easily do. But there are multiple possible errors, right? One is that. No, start the battle. Fine. Yeah, here. It is going up. Huh. The map buttons also move when the error appears? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure this message is legible. All right, well, that was one thing. So I think Spanish is good for that. And if we shrink this too much, yeah, it gets messed up. We probably need to do something about that. Maybe. I mean, there is a minimum size you can play this game at. And it's probably this. So actually, what's the size of this window? It is 2536. So this is at 2x. So it's less than 1280, which is fine. At least Steam Deck resolution is kind of the lowest I'm trying to target here. I do think this could be slightly better, though. And if we're going to do anything, we should probably chop off the error message, then the buttons. Yeah, maybe I'll take a picture of this. Well, I already have the picture of that right over here. Well, I can do it better. So there. Okay, now we have to go look at all the different location names in small battle windows. So we shrink this. That's the forest. That's the canyon. We'll just speed this up. Turn off auto battle. That's fine. That's fine as well. Oh, wait, what am I even doing? We can see what the names are right here. Yeah, as long as it's not longer than Deep Forest, then we're fine. We don't need to test all these. Yeah, we don't. They're all fine. Deep Forest is the longest in Spanish. Okay, and then we just need to look at all the elite banners. God, my brain. So we'll set it to 1200. We should actually set it to 1280. Let's go modify this script. $1280 there. Steam Deck is 720p. It's actually got 800 pixels vertically. Reload. I'm excited too, Board IT guy. I am excited too. Okay, so now this is the... Why is this not working? What's going on? Command Control Alt Shift 8. Ah, there we go. Here, let's go. Okay, so this is the size of the window. Now I'm going to check all of the translations for the banners. So there's the first one. That fits just fine. Let's speed this up a little bit. I don't actually need to read the text. I just need to make sure it doesn't get truncated. So far, so good. Cool. Cool. And cool. All right, so that's everything in Spanish, and everything looks good there. Now let's go check. Let's write this down that we did this correctly. Spanish, Spanish. Okay, now let's check German. German. Continue, I guess. All right, so what's the longest name in German? It is possibly jungle. Yeah, probably the jungle. And I think it'll be fine. No, wait, that's not the name I saw. Wait, no, it wasn't the jungle. What was it then? This one? I guess they're just not that long in German. Huh. Okay, that's fine. So then let's check the battle map error messages. Oh, you know what? I guess we need to find the longest elite monster name. No, the names don't expand this. Yeah. So on a 1280 window, it doesn't totally fit, but you can still read it. Oh, you translated these, Fresco? It's hard for me to tell who did what exactly. Well, I mean, I could look at Weblate. Okay, so now we gotta go look at these. So we'll speed this up quite a lot. Looks good, looks good. Yep. All right, I think that's everything, right? Yeah, that's everything. Had my hands in a few places. All right. That's it. Yeti's yeeted. Yeah. All right, so I think German is fine then. So now we switch to whatever the next language is. In fact, let's just delete them from the list if they're fine. So next up is Italian. Okay, so what's the longest instance name in Italian? Canyon. This one probably. Yep. Okay, so then we started a battle there, and we shrink the window, and it still fits. That's good. I don't need to do anything there. Then we speed this up to 5.1. Make sure all of these fit. Yep, 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 yep. Okay. And wasn't there one more thing? Oh yeah, that. Yeah, it looks like it's fine in Italian. That one's kind of long. I think it's still fine. Okay. So Italian is done. What's the next language? French? Hey, Fredonic. So happy. Well, you have Hideo to thank for that. One frame rule. What's the one frame rule? Am I falling for a trap by even asking this question? Okay, so let's see. This is fine, 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 fine. Yeah, I think they're all shorter than Spanish is. Yeah, this is the longest one. So let's test it out. And it fits. So we're good there. Now let's try these out. Good, good, good. Yeah, that one's a little bit long. That one's even longer, but it still fits. And yeah, that's everything. And then the error messages. Yeah, we're fine for French. Are any of these even that long? Not really. That one kind of is. All right, so French is done. And now we're just down to Portuguese. Okay, location names. Fine, probably fine. That looks like it's the longest one. Ooh, that one's pretty long too. Waterways. It's got 2 spaces. Okay, let's try both of them. So here's the waterways. That string fits. And here is the deep forest. That string fits. Yeah, if these didn't fit, I'd probably just shrink the font size. They're still pretty legible, even when they're in the small window. Is it always in its female form? I think it probably is, which I'm not gonna. Yeah, it always is. I didn't even think about that. Well, we're not doing anything about that now. So, thankfully, all the individual messages have the correct gender. So, yeah, people will probably just be like, just an American who made the game. And had I told Hideo about this, he happily would have translated it both ways. Okay, so I did not look at these. Let's go look at these now. Yep, 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 yep. Cool. Okay. They're pretty short in Portuguese. And I checked the error message thing. I don't recall if I did, but I don't see a problem here. So the only place we even kind of get to a problem is in Spanish. And this is not really indicative of the problem, but we should maybe do something about this. We'd have to relay out the UI. Like, I don't want to make a responsive UI design here. If your window's too small, just too bad, make the window larger. And if you can't play still, then get a bigger monitor. It's not actually my solution. It's just that we're 4 days from launch and there's only so much I can do at this point. So what would we do? Let's go back to Spanish for a second. And we're in a 1280 window now. Oh, there actually isn't really an issue here, is there? Yeah, at 1280, it's fine. All right, I'm not going to do anything about this stuff. I think this is okay. And even what I wrote down here, error messages don't have a lot of space. They still have some space. That's why I'll never localize any game. Yeah, this is pretty tedious. And the other thing too is if this were, let's say it's just in English and you had some string that said something like blah, 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 blah. So this takes up this much space. You could just be like, oh, I'll reword it. And I cut out a couple of these words and now we're fine. You can't do that for all the languages yourself, usually. Whoops. And even if you speak like 4 languages, you're probably not going to speak all the ones you're going to translate it to. All right, so this is working well. Also, that test code I wrote was very helpful. Because rather than have to go beat all the individual locations, I just did this. Now we can just discard it and move on. Going through the same issues yourself? Yeah, it's not fun. The other reason why it's not fun is because it's it's not really unique or interesting. It's just a problem. And it's not like, oh, we're unlocking some cool new functionality for people. It's like, no, people just expect to use whatever app or game in their own language. They don't really give you credit for it usually. It's just a thing. So it's not really exciting work. It's not particularly complex. It's just kind of annoying and boring. Yeah. Okay, so Steam CMD. How do we get Steam CMD? Where do you install it from? Downloading. Yeah, I'll put this in my notes. Download / install / setup. Steam CMD. Keep typing that wrong from here. All right, so how did I get this? Where's Mac? Open terminal, create a directory, download it from this. Okay. How would I mean, what if this doesn't work? Where's my Steam CMD to begin with? SDK 161. Does that get updated automatically? I don't know. All right, let's just make a thing. Test Steam CMD from scratch. All right, we'll run this from here. This is Valve's site, and I've downloaded from here before. But I mean, the proper way I should really do this is like paste into here first. Make sure there's no like weird characters or new lines or something. All it's doing is unzipping something anyway. But I am about to run an executable. No, I've looked into this before. I've been to this site before. All right, so how do we run this now? Steam CMD. Okay, it updated. Can I get the version from this? It updated again. It's just gonna keep updating. All right, version 1773, blah, 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 861. Okay, what am I on? The same thing. This probably isn't going to work. Oh, this is too bad. But either way, this next part I got to engage privacy mode for. So give me a sec. I know my arm is cut off in the video. All right, we got to get this. /. Oh, it found the cache credentials. Yeah, this is having the same problem. Oh, this is so bad. It's so bad. All right, how do we report this issue? Where do you report Steam CMD bugs? Where I report bugs for Steam, you can report them here. What's Skell eSeller? I mean, it's the same thing. They're just selling skeletons online. Welcome to Stream Hit House. I think you can probably request them by mail too. But there's a pretty hefty shipping cost on bones. Bug reports. Email all bug reports? What? SFM bugs? What does SFM mean? Is that SourceForge, whatever? Source Filmmaker. No, this can't be it. I know about the Steam for Linux thing. Do they not have Steam for Mac somewhere? Valve Software. What other repos do they have? Repos. Where's sources? Here we go. Proton, wine, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's search for Steam. Steam audio devices, Steam OS, Steam for Linux. Why is Steam for Mac not here? Did they list something in here? Getting started? Huh. That's strange. I don't know where they want you to report bugs. Contacting Valve/Steam. Support tickets. If you can't find what you're looking for in the documentation, please use this to contact developer support for personal assistance. I mean, I don't necessarily need personal assistance. If you're looking for advice or have a question about how things are typically handled, best place to start is there. Find other game devs that can answer your question or provide advice. So I guess I open a support ticket then? I don't see a place to report bugs. The developer discussions sound like I'd just be talking to other people who are like, yeah, I have this problem too. Which granted, sometimes that can be the route for this, but and some people are talking about that sort of thing here, but they didn't talk about this issue. What to do if your first game fails and makes 0 sales. Okay, hold on. I have to read this. P.S. The post was updated. P.S. Don't quit you day job. What to do if your first game fails and makes 0 sales. I'm literally making more money as a janitor than as an indie game developer. This just sounds like an advertisement. All right, I thought this would be funnier than it is. It's not. It's sad. Hey, Bojo. All right, I guess I'll open this up. I really do need help for this. Preparing for release, payment, banks and taxes, managing an application, managing Steamworks, managing a store page, technical help. Here we go. Steamworks site, Steamworks API, and general help. What would it fit into of those 3 categories? Because it's Steam CMD, which I think is just a wrapper around the API. Command line tool, Steam client. Install and update various dedicated servers available. I'm going to say it's a Steam API. All right, experiencing a bug or issue with the Steamworks API? Submit a help request in the form below. At a minimum, please provide the following details. What API or service, what steps are being taken, what's the expected behavior. I don't know for sure that this would be considered an API thing then. Maybe I'll just go back to general help. Oh, they just route you to developer discussions? Okay, fine. I'm going to post this here. I don't know what else to do. Enter a title. Steam CMD login is timing out on Mac OS. And I think it's even when you log in as anonymous. Yeah. So that's it. Seems like the right thing though. Yeah, I'll post it here and we'll see what happens. But this has been broken for at least like 3 days. I also want to link to what Yo had pasted in earlier. I don't remember how many O's are in Yo's name. There we go. Nice. All right, so we want to talk about this. We want to talk about this has been happening since, I could probably find out exactly when. I'll just say for 2 to 3 days at least. Installing or like downloading Steam CMD from scratch doesn't do anything. And even the anonymous thing, this doesn't take a password. I'm waiting for this to time out so I can get the whole logs. What's this for pushing releases? Yeah. So this is what I would use to upload my builds directly to Steam. If I can't do this, I need to go through their web interface, and their web interface is not great. It causes errors very frequently. I have to redo my work a bunch of times, and I have to like wait around for it. All right, well, while we're waiting for this, it's logging everything here apparently. Let's go take a look at that. I should probably be careful about showing some of these on screen. But it did say a particular log file that we have here, right? stdr, which is probably just printing out. Standard error, there you are. Class G URL helper is implemented in both there and there. This may cause spurious casting failures and mysterious crashes. Given that someone else is hitting this too, I'm just going to report this. Yeah. Has it timed out yet completely? Yeah, good. Okay. Is this what big studios use? Yeah, very likely. I hate Chase. Okay, so we're going to just copy paste this into here. Is it the old style block? Yeah, code. Code that / code. Okay, so for the last 2 to 3 days, I'm unable to log in on Mac OS through Steam CMD. It seems that this isn't just happening to me. URL equals that reference URL. And then I guess let's just make a list. How do you make a list? There we go. As shown above, this happens even with the anonymous account, but it's also occurring with, am I on the account right now? Yes. With the account I'm posting from. If my credentials aren't cached, it will properly lead me through the flow to type in a password. And what's it say when you activate through Steam Guard? Like waiting for confirmation. Here it is. Yeah. Please confirm in the Steam mobile app on your phone. And handle 2FA. I am still able to use the web uploader to upload my builds, but it's quite tedious as it produces errors often. Did you try deleting the Steam CMD app cache folder? Did interactive run fail in the same way? I haven't tried deleting the app cache folder, no. I've only done interactive runs of this so far. And yeah, they've failed. It just started recently. Do you have a Linux or Windows VM to just confirm that the other platforms work that require separate auth? I have them. I just haven't tested this there. And I think if this were broken there, that people would be like up in arms about this. But I'm not actually sure why more people aren't talking about it on Mac OS. But maybe it's just like me. I mean, I waited 2 or 3 days. Maybe other people are also just waiting 2 or 3 days. Just running login account seems to work for you. Are you on the same version and also on a Mac? Anonymous. It's just gotten stuck at waiting for... Oh, you know what this could be? Oh, I don't know for sure. Oh, man, this would be embarrassing if it's this. I don't know how we'll test this. I have DNS level ad blocking. It's possible something got added to a list here or something like that. All right, I've disabled it now. But it would probably be using an OS cache of DNS entries. All right, I don't know how we'd clear it here. I got SteamAuth on my phone, and then it logged in fine. Interesting. Yeah, I got to figure out how to do that. Flush DNS. Terminal, type terminal, press enter. Use the appropriate command. Flush caches. Have I done this before? Apparently not. Whoops. This link doesn't work. Okay. Huh. I mean, they just have this. But I'm on a newer version than this. Vibe coded website. Yeah, maybe I'll just Google this instead. It's probably got better results. Yeah, here we go. How do I flush DNS cache on a MacBook? This is from 2023. It's kind of the same as the other example here. Before I continue with this, let me try one more time and try logging in as anonymous here. Okay, now let's flush this. DS cache util, flush cache, and sudo kill all and DNS responder. This is going to ask for my password, which I don't know. So engage privacy mode. Let me go find my password. Engage privacy mode. Hey, Humiyoyo. I'm doing well. I am struggling a little bit with some stuff. Why is it not working? There we go. All right, how do I even find my password? Okay, there we go. I'm just going to leave this open now. And let's do that. I don't know if you can try an older version because it automatically updates. And I don't think there's a way to stop that. All right, so now let's try this again. This work all of a sudden. No. So it's probably not a DNS thing. Hey, Busheros. All right, well, how do we clear the app cache that SteamCMD uses? Yeah, interesting. Clear cache. Logout does not clear cache credentials. Only pass files. Where does it save these? Want me to try my Mac here? Yo just did, so I think it's probably okay. Any Cloudflare in that pipe? I don't think there should be. I mean, SteamCMD could be hitting a backend that's behind Cloudflare, but I mean, that would be opaque to me. What am I doing? I'm trying to do this. Because there should be some Steam thing in here, right? There isn't. Maybe they save it in application support. Their verbose option. I don't know. SteamCMD help. Login, script, command line. I remember this not ever really providing much information. Can you... it's trying to log me in as a person named help, I think. So if I do this and do help login, does that work? Ah, there we go. Connecting to your Steam account using SteamCMD is similar to using the regular Steam client UI. You can log in, log out, set your Steam Guard email code. Wait a second, though. If it's similar to using the Steam client, then it's got to be a SteamCMD problem because the Steam client's working for me just fine. Yeah, man, what do I do? Yeah, because we're trying to log in anonymously. Even that's failing. So it's not that there's credentials that are cached. It can't be that. It's got to be caching something else. I don't know what else it would be caching. I also don't know where it's caching it. All right, library / application support. Is there Steam in here? Valve, Steam, just Steam? I don't know where this would be. There's also Valve Corporation back here. Steam Link. Log / connection log. Okay, let me take a look at that. Interesting. I see this. IPv6 UDP connectivity test failed. No addresses resolved. That might not be a critical problem. Do I have connection logs from before? I do. Yeah. So did that always show up, I wonder? IPv6. Yeah, even back in February when this worked, it said that that part would time out. So this is not any different from that. But yeah, the logs from today just show... this, which has nothing personal here. Other than my local host address. Oh no. It's actually not localhost. That's the any host pretty much. Let's compare this to when this actually worked. So let's see, log sessions started. 210, okay. Logged off, I see that. Clearing in-memory token, I don't see that. Cache creds not available. Okay, that might be something different though. And then just connectivity test. Yeah, I don't see any problem here. Nothing that should be causing it to fail. Send you my log in Discord if you want to compare that as well. Well, you have a lot more happening after my logs. Mine just don't have anything afterward. Probably because they can't get user info. Huh. Strange. Well, maybe I should just post on their forums at this point. Because I'm kind of spending a long time trying to figure out if this is my problem. I don't know if it is. Also not happening for everyone. Confirmed with another Mac OS user on the same Steam CMD version that they're not hitting this issue. Well, my Pi-hole is turned off at this point, so I don't think there should be a problem there. Also, I'm not, yeah. Just confirm, is this your version? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it. I remember it ends in 861. 1773099 yeah. Where'd that thing go? Here. I don't see anything unusual in, what is that called? Connection log.txt. I have another one of these open. Okay. Not sure if there's a better place to report this, so please redirect if necessary. All right, what's to say? For the last 2 to 3 days, I'm unable to log in on macOS through Steam CMD. I'm going to just truncate this to here because I don't think people need to know my real name. All that doesn't really matter. And it's not going to affect anything. Thanks for the resub, Musco Busto. Hey, negative IQ viewer. What are we doing here? We are just filing a bug report for a program that Valve distributes called Steam CMD, which is supposed to log me in and let me upload builds to Steam. And I can't log in. I guess DNS is still cached. I mean, it could be, but I think this should clear it. Where is that thing that I ran? This? I think this should have cleared everything. It's possible it doesn't. I don't know if there are different instructions for my specific version of macOS, but this is what most of the sites seem to agree on. So yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, post discussion. There's something in the standard error. No, I didn't see anything in there. Where is that? At least nothing helpful. I gotta just find the logs folder. Ah, here it is. Yeah. Standard error.txt. Okay, let's load this up. Anything private in here? No, just this. This is the only thing that's happening. Now, it does say that it found a dynamic library in 2 different places. I don't know if that's a problem I need to work on. Found break pad via in-process memory. Yeah. Not the break pad one. It sounds like the break pad one is just something, if it found it in the frameworks folder, that it does something here. And maybe that had to do with just downloading it now. I'm not sure. But this doesn't sound erroneous to me, at least. So, yeah, I don't know. But hey, that's why we post these things, right? Anyway, I'll put a link to this over here. Steam CMD issue. I posted this on the forums. I mean, short of Valve responding, I guess no one else is going to be able to help on the forums other than how chat is helping. Like this worked, or try this or something like that. I don't want to spend more time on this even. Man. The IPv6 address, do you have it enabled by chance? I'm not sure, but I never changed anything there. Like I see IPv6 errors going back like a month or two, and I was able to log in 4 days ago even. So they've been consistently happening. It's possible, and it's always possible with these things, that this error is now a fatal error and wasn't before, and that's due to a Steam CMD update. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's something I should be doing. I also wonder if it has to do with having Steam open. I mean, I could try that since that's super easy to fix. Yeah, we close out of this. I'd be kind of surprised if this actually just worked. But yeah, let's try it. That worked? Are you kidding me? What? Okay, hold on a second. Can I log in as my own user now? I can? Oh, wow. That's... All right. I guess I should go make a follow-up post. Yeah, voila. Oh, man. I feel like an idiot. How does that even happen, though? Okay, so update. Which is embarrassing. I have to post so soon after the initial one. I simply closed Steam and tried again, and everything worked. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully this helps someone in the future who's also hitting this issue. Oh boy. I knew it was a you problem. I mean, look, there are like a lot of different things we can test. That is not something that was on my radar. Because, yeah. I just wouldn't have expected that. I mean, in hindsight, it kind of makes sense. But when I was coming up with things to troubleshoot, that did not cross my mind at all. Hey, Brainoid Games, it's going well. How are you doing? What have you been up to lately? I have a million questions, but I'll leave it at that. A whole lock on a CLI tool. I really wonder what the interaction of this was. Oh, I should go update the GitHub thread too. Okay, but first let's write this down because I did have a problem here and I want to write this somewhere. Steam CMD general notes for devs. Whoops, I didn't mean to click that. Yeah, here it is. This worked for you just recently. It's I said it's likely that the backend is broken. It wasn't a backend problem. This is what I wrote on Tuesday. First test this to see if it also times out. If so, it may be this issue being whatever I just posted here. Yeah, here. Which solved by closing Steam before running Steam CMD. Yeah, if it's not that, I don't know anything else. If things still don't work and you're using Steam CMD because you desperately need to upload a build, upload zip files manually via that. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I really like the Idle Cup video. Would have asked if you turned it off and on again. The thing that I should have turned off and on again, though, is Steam, not Steam CMD. Like, the thing that was failing was this. And I tried a bunch of times. I even installed a new copy of it and tried that. I also had Steam running the whole time and needed to close this. So yeah, who knows what the interaction is. Yeah, lock on a file, some cache that's being updated by Steam, even though Steam CMD is trying to fill it with something else. I don't know. If you enable Pi-hole again, you can check if it came from there. I'm sure it was DNS. I don't think it was DNS. I've had Pi-hole enabled for like the last, I don't know, 2 years basically, and I've been able to upload consistently. It is possible they changed something. I'm not taking the same signal you are from the 0000. That's just a generic bind address pretty much and shouldn't be a problem. It's also not even a domain name. There's nothing to resolve there. The DNS level ad blocking is literally domain names. So like trying to go to google.com could fail, but trying to go to whatever, 127.0.0.1 shouldn't even touch that. But yeah, let me enable this again. Soda Pop and playing it, nice. That's cool. I mean, Tangy TD, not Skeleton, but still nice. Anyway, I've enabled it again. So here's what'll happen. At some point, the OS will naturally clear its cache, or these entries will expire. And if it fails again, then yeah, we know this was some DNS issue. Maybe some kind of protection from malware stealing creds or logging into dev accounts. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. But I'm glad this is fixed. I will probably, how about this? I should restart my whole computer and try again now that Pi-hole is back on. If the issue persists, then it was probably due to that. In which case, give DeJulian a point. Yeah. If not, I'm not going to take a point away. All right, so I think we're good there. Oh, and I also wanted to post in the GitHub thread for that poor soul who hit the same issue. Maybe I should just post there now. And just if it works for them, it works for them. Let me copy this. I hit this same issue. And simply closing Steam seems to have fixed it for me. Barring that, it's possible, although unconfirmed, that it was my DNS level ad blocker. Yeah. Okay. I'll write a note to update this thread. This thread. Oh man. Okay. So what else? Now this. Let's go take a look at that. So we go into what, player held item. Close to mouse. Here it is. Okay, we call pickup item here. So if you're not holding an item, pick it up. Then call clicked. Picked up item just for this equals false. Picked up item equals true. If picked up item just for this, drop, stop holding. Fly item to source, probably false. I hope that works. Yeah. And I'll write a comment about this, but let's go test this out. All right, so we gotta have item stacking. We gotta have an incomplete stack and a shop. We gotta have the quick move menu, and we gotta have a stack on the ground. And we gotta have this be in English so I can understand what's going on. There. All right, new game. Grant most things. Get the shops. Get item stacking. Then get something like that. Okay, so we put this over here. Oh, they're going to try taking this from me, won't they? No. Bad workers. No. Stop it. All right, let's make them not pick up items. Pick up item. They will just never find something. Yeah, let's just delete that. Okay, now save. Well, let's let them get rid of the items they have. That should not be happening. Wow. I saw this happen the other day and I thought I'd fix this already. Oh, that's so bad. Why is it happening? What did I even do to get this to happen? Is it just the very first adventure that goes over there? No. It's the next one? So I go hire the mage and they just go stand there? It's so funny. I thought I fixed that. Okay, bug. The second adventurer you hire goes and stands by the shop. I'm guessing the third one does not have that happen. Is that correct? I mean, these are easy to fix bugs. They just stand around. No, they don't. Okay, I think I know what's going on there. I think we're checking to see if something is greater than 1 too early. We're probably doing our greater than 1 check too early. Making sure no one steals potions. Zap them all. And yeah, Bucheros, 4 days. It's crazy. Crazy to me. All right, so I have not saved this. Did I get it here? I sort of had it. All right, let's get that working. Let's have some customers go buy this stuff. I'll just make 1 million customers. There. Okay, so now we'll save, quit, and try that again. Continue. So I got to set up this exact scenario. we put 2 items there, and then we press 1. Oh, I don't have the quick move menu. Yeah. And now it's going to cause like a flood of errors because I don't have a reach target thing. But that's okay. We can just ignore that for a second and then press 1 anyway. No, it's not going to work. Okay, what's this flood coming from? Presumably, yeah, it may reach target. We're doing this over and over and over again, but we're never listening for it here. All right, I need them to just not enter the pickup item state. Or anything for that matter. In fact, let's just change base wander to just not do anything. Or worker wander to not do anything. State process. Goodbye. Find item to pick up. What called that before? Start timer. Not anymore. Hey, method. Sorry, I went AFK after I said hello. I said I had a million questions for you, but it was mostly just like, how are you doing? What have you been up to? Everything all set? You have bundles ready? I wasn't going to bundle with anybody. I just want to kind of see what it's like to launch just as a standalone game. But yeah, everything's pretty much all set. Yeah. Cakes' game currently highest voted for Lyric Sub Sunday. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad Cakes is seeing success with all this stuff. He won't have a rent money progress bar on his stream for a long time now. Okay, so let's do that. And let's do this. I don't have the quick move menu because I'm a doofus. Okay, so it's still not working. Oh, right. I'm not pressing the right key. Oh my god. Okay, so it kind of worked, but it thinks I'm still holding this now. So we need to stop that somehow. Oh, sorry. I had missed that, Brainoid. Yeah. Porting it to mobile. Nice. I'm guessing it's a very hard process to get the UI to look good. And still not like break desktop. Because I was debating on whether it would be worthwhile to put Skeleseller on mobile platforms. And I don't really think so. Also, I think the game needs to be pretty successful on desktop to like not have to market it as much for mobile. In fact, I actually wonder if I made Skeleseller, like how much would people pay for it on mobile? Because it wouldn't be $15. They'd probably pay like 3 or 5 or something. Probably be a totally different game. 5,000 channel points gets you a vote for Sub Sunday. Wink, wink. Really? I was thinking of subbing. I didn't realize you needed channel points to vote, though. All right, well, let's write that down. You need either, not both? What? Either a sub or 5,000 points. Oh. Yeah, I was planning on just subscribing. And then enlisting Musco Busta to vote. I think Blub too. Create a new branch and be destructive about it and make it portrait only. Yeah, well, look, best of luck. That is pretty big. Do I have a replicat command? I don't. Let's add one. ACOM Replicat. Replicat is the game made by Brainoid Games. I should be a little bit more descriptive. Is the roguelike memory deck builder game. Which means I should probably update Monadic Binds game as well. Ecom Monadic. Auto Battler roguelike game. Cool. And finally, I think we have a Mr. D-Boy command. Yeah. There. colony farming game with automation. Cool. All right, there we go. Enlist Xyletics. Puelo, are you a sub as well? Okay. No, but I have 5,000 points. Okay. Feel like your games are a tiny bit alike, Mr. D Boy, not gameplay wise, but I still feel like you might be sharing audiences. So I thought you two could bundle up. Yeah, he was open to it. I want to see what the launch is like without bundling, and then I don't know, just see what happens. Part of it is it comes from I want to learn some of these things firsthand, and I recognize that there's like an intense stupidity in this. But this is kind of why I wanted to do the publishing stuff myself too. I had several people reach out and say, "Hey, do you want help publishing Skeleseller?" Some people offered funding, and I was like, "Nah, I'm doing everything myself." And Ski helped a little bit too. But in terms of like influencer outreach, for example, or press outreach, it was like I spent a lot of time on that stuff. And I think it was important for teaching me what a publisher might do and how they might do it and what makes a good publisher, let's say, for potential future games. But I'm not going to do that this route. With bundling, you don't necessarily need to do it at launch. It can be launch, it can be post-launch. You can probably remove yourself from bundles. So I do want to see how that goes. Yeah. But yeah, stats have been pretty good since the wave of videos that have come out. Like today, we're at 664 wish lists, which is good. And we should be moving up the popular upcoming list on Steam. I should really just bookmark this at this point. Bing has to do that every single time. Popular upcoming. Yeah, we're right there. So we're toward the bottom. How do you select that? There we go. Skeleseller. Skeleseller. We are 14 on the list now. Literally the weekend is only going to move up by 2. Monday, we're possibly on the first page of that. It's sort of by release date. It is, yeah. How many wish lists? I just checked. I forgot the number. It's like 14,000 something. He did all that in less than a year, reading day 322. The day in the title is stream days, not calendar days. So 2 years ago to the day right now, I started designing this game. So we're at the like 2-year anniversary. Again, that's today. But I didn't start the GitHub repo until April 17th, 2024. So that hasn't been 2 years yet. It'd be crazy if I got all this stuff done in a year. Like really crazy. All right, where did I leave off of this? This thing here? Yeah, so this kind of worked. Where I left off, items still look like they're held. And then I gotta fix the adventure issue. Hey, Melted Monster, congrats, that's amazing, thank you. Yeah, hey, I'll Twitch that. Need some insights about bundles. My best performing top 3 are all deck builders. Genre similarity is most important. They don't perform that well. Okay, yeah, I'll write this down. That is very helpful. I'm going to take a quick break because an ad is about to start and I don't want people to not be able to watch the stream. So I'm going to run the ad a little bit sooner and say, is it jump time? It's jump time. again, everyone. Close the game. So yeah, items look like they're held, which means whatever I'm doing here is not good enough for this. What happens when you click in the town and right click here? Drop item. Drop item is different from stop holding. Why are they different? Oh, because one plays a sound. And also this says fly to source is true. What happens if that's false? We just free it immediately? Hey, PG King. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I messed up here. Well, what state are we in when we do this? I got to publish a new build today, by the way, which should be faster thanks to having the release tool actually working now. Let's continue. So I do this. Gotta stop doing that. And then it looks like these items are still held, but I can't click or right click. What happens if I try putting them back here? It doesn't work. So it still thinks it's held. So what's happening? Let's just reload. What's happening when I press that key? We go into stop holding item. Well, how did this work actually? What do we do here? We call pick up. This calls start holding item. Maybe we just need to set that first one to true. That might work. So set is held true. I guess this is all happening in the exact same frame. I don't know. How about this? Let's just change this to say true. I don't know if this is going to alter the behavior of this. Like now it's going to fly back to the destination, which was over. So it's going to take a 1/10 of a second to make it there instead of being instantaneous. And maybe that has an impact on this. Yeah, looks like that worked. So why did that work? Yeah, interesting. So we can put it back in the warehouse, put this over here. All right, well, that pretty much fixes the issue that Blub said they were having. Yeah. You can't stack an item while it's in transit? No, you can't. I feel like I have a squeaky toy stuck in my throat. I think I'm part dog. So, you know what? I think this is fine. I don't see a problem with this. What happens if they're on the ground? I gotta make them show up on the ground. There we go. Now I click there, there. Can I find those potions again? Maybe this one. Yeah, I think this is okay. Why is the worker stuck? I didn't want them picking up the items and taking them from me. So I just had all of them walk in place for a bit. I've got to get a scenario, though, where we find an item on the ground that is... Oh, wait, I know how we could do this. We just do this. There we go. Now I do that. Yeah. All right. I think it's pretty reasonable. Can I post a clip of you? Yeah, sure. So I want to write this down. If this checks to see if you're holding something, right? Yeah. All right, let's see. What is this? So I'm gonna take a quick break because an ad is about to start and I want people to not be able to watch the stream. So I'm gonna run. That's me. Anti-viewer. Okay, so what is this? If the player wasn't holding an item to begin with and is still holding one now, it means that an item was picked up but couldn't be sent completely. Doesn't this check to see if there's an action for that? To its destination? The most common case, possibly the only case, is when item stacking is on and the destination became full by doing this. Yeah. Plus 9 gold and 200 gold tip. Oh, from the potions? Yeah, that's normal. Because remember, it's based on your most valuable item you've found. These are worth 100. Something worth more than that? These are worth 147. Why 200 gold? What's the most valuable item in the game? Yeah, no, I know. Value. Oh, whoops. I meant to copy the values. So if we just sort these, remove the duplicates. So the only thing more than 100 should just be the boss items, which shouldn't count. Oh, wait a second, though. Even that is there. But something sells for 75. What is that? Golden bow. Okay, that's probably it then. Or something like that. I guess a 200 gold tip would mean that we'd have to find something in the like 60s. It's got to be that item. It's 216 exactly. So 69 gold. That doesn't make sense though, right? I don't have. Huh. Let me just take a look. Is it before this? Speed this up. Ah, yeah, there it is. Oh, 269 gold tip. Oh, so it is what, 72 gold. Wait, no, 225. 225. Yeah, that's exactly perfect. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was the golden bows. Yeah. Yeah, this is working as intended. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe that's not quite intended, but I don't really care too much about it. Yeah. But yeah. It's fine. The math at least works. Okay. Yeah, it does look funny. I agree. All right, so this fixes what Blub reported. Let's check that in. Yeah. Address issue that Blub reported. Okay. So scenario. What is this? Have item stacking with a max stack size of 3. Have 2 of some item. I'll just say 2 potion, small blue potions in the shop. Have 2 small blue potions on the ground. Hover over the potions on the ground and press 1. At this point, it will, well, originally, it would send 1 potion from the stack into the shop and then leave the remaining one on the mouse as a held item. Love didn't expect the item to still be held, since that gets in the way of quickly moving many items. So to fix this, we simply drop the item again after if it was picked up solely for the purpose of using the quick move menu. Okay. Thank you, Mixed Source. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna need all the luck I can get. Okay, note when dropping the item, we have to specify fly item to source true for some reason. Otherwise, the item looks permanently held at the source. This is obvious if the warehouse is the source. Okay. Great. You got this? I hope so. Honestly, it almost feels like it's out of control at this point, out of my control. It's not. Like, there's more I could still do. There's more I probably should do. One of the things I want to do this weekend is record a video for Tuesday of like, hey, everyone, I launched the game. And then I post it on TikTok or something. But I don't record it that day because that'll be a crazy day. How do you feel about launch? Fullbox just asked me earlier, like, rate your stress and excitement and fear and everything on a scale of 1 to 10. To sum up, 37. But to sum up in a more reasonable way, I am a little bit nervous. I'm excited about it being launched. I'm also a bit daunted by that launch is not the end all be all of this. Let's say I were launching Super Mario 64. Like, you'd be like, okay, we launched it. That we shipped the cartridges. It's done. It's like, it's out of our hands. Excuse me. That's not entirely true. A lot of N64 games still got new versions, but they didn't get like 10 new versions because the shipping costs would be ridiculous for getting like, or just manufacturing and everything else. And you wouldn't even have new users buying that many different versions. So a lot of games that did have versions back in the physical media days had like 2 or 3 at most. But yeah, if you launched this game, you'd be like, all right, we're done. We're moving on to the next game now. In fact, you would have probably moved on months before the game launched because of just getting physical inventory out. But yeah, nowadays, I feel like because all games are digital, or at least have a digital equivalent, that you're never really done. You have to decide when you're done. Because if it were up to gamers, if there's any gamer out there who likes your game, they're going to be like, I want more content. I want more stuff. I want expansions. I want multiplayer. I want whatever, more achievements. AJD, it's going pretty well. I've been productive today. So yeah, at some point I need to draw the line and say I'm moving on. And my gut is saying right now that I'd like to move on sooner rather than later. But this is without having seen any sales numbers. I've made $0 on Skeleseller so far because it has been impossible to make money on the game since it hasn't launched yet. So yeah, what if I'm looking at 10,000 or 100,000 or 500,000? Like, what number is going to make me say, all right, yeah, I want to still work on this? And I think it all kind of depends on reception. You know, one of the things I think people are still kind of mulling over is just story mode versus bone mode, and how do they feel about that? There was a review that was published on YouTube that said like, oh, bone mode wasn't what they were expecting. And I think meeting players' expectations and not having this turn into just another idle game is going to be very difficult. Because I do not want to go the route of like, oh, we added in harder story mode or something like that. It's just not something that's interesting to me. Don't forget to drop a tweet at Game Dev. None of my tweets have ever done well. Like, I don't think I've had a single tweet actually be like, oh yeah, that was worth posting. It's probably still worth doing. Yeah, I don't know. What's the favorite one? Well, so there aren't that many people who played. I've submitted maybe like 200 release keys out to people, and I think about 25 have been claimed. And then there were some playtesters too who played. But yeah, so there are only two modes. There's story mode and bone mode. And yeah, of the people who played recently, I haven't really seen a lot of people play bone mode yet, so it's hard to say. No demo. No, there's a demo, just bone mode isn't in the demo. Yeah. All right, well, this is looking good. So we're done with that. We can delete the worker wander thing from here. And now we got to go figure out that adventurer issue, which I think is going to be easy. In fact, I think I already know where it's coming from. Yeah, whoops, I just closed chat. Can't reach anywhere. What are these comments? Hey, nice. Okay, yeah, I saw this over my break. I didn't see this one. Let me give them a thumbs up. I'd maybe give it a timeline for support and improvements, maybe 3 months. Then if there's not big interest, just work on major bugs. It's hard to say, right? Like, I don't know. Let's say the game does better than my wildest dreams. Should I stop it after 3 months? Like, the way I kind of look at this is for my next game, I could probably get by with a shoestring budget again. But like every whatever $1,000 I pull in could be more art or professional translations or something like that. Or whatever, fill in the blank, any number of things. And I'm not complaining about the art that I have or the translations at all. I'm just saying this could all be funneled into people and pay them ahead of time instead of paying them based on revenue of the game. Oh, only if it's not making money. Yeah. I think the fail fast part of things is already kind of baked in for me right now. Like, I don't think I'd have Skeleseller on life support if no one's really playing. I do think we're going to see a really big spike at launch. And then I think it's going to die off pretty quickly. There's another thing that's kind of strange about the timing of this, which is March 17th is launch, and then March 19th is the spring sale. I don't know what this is going to do. Is it going to help my game? Is it going to hurt my game? I'm not sure. Okay, let's look at that adventurer issue. So we have their starting state right here. So this must be wrong. And we just got to figure out why it's wrong. And I think it's because I changed how this works without ever... Does this get cached immediately? Yeah, it does. Okay, we used to cache it and we didn't update the cache. And then I changed something. I'm actually kind of surprised no one's commented on this, but I guess they probably thought it was expected. So there we go. Count is what? 0? Yeah. And now we have one adventurer. So now we hire a new one, and now count is 1. Yeah, okay. So that's all we need. We just need to set this back down to 0. All right, that was easy. How long is the launch discount? I set it for 7 days. When you do start marketing it fully, start reaching out to other streamers. Oh, I've reached out to a bunch of other streamers already. I'm not really reaching out to any in software and game dev to like cover it for marketing. I gave my keys to some people in software and game dev just as a like, hey, here you go. If you want to play, you can play. But I think in the software and game dev category, it's not really like the target audience. People in this category are mostly here for development, I'd say. You have someone playing it right now in your followers list? Wait, really? Categories. Oh, Valhart's still playing, yeah. Mute. Reading the chat. I think it sounds like from the chat that people are disappointed by bone mode. I wonder if this will be common because I'm guessing. I mean, I'm filling in the blanks from how Velhart must be talking about this. But yeah, it sounds like McQueen very strongly dislikes it, and it sounds like Velhart probably dislikes it. Yeah, I don't really think reaching out to other streamers in software and game dev is something I really want to do. Yeah. I mean, they could find the game and they could play it anyway. It's not like I'm preventing them from doing that. I just, yeah, there aren't many big streamers in the category. There aren't, I don't know. It's not like a lot of people here are looking for other games to play. Probably checked out Keymailer. Yeah, I used it for my last game. I think, like briefly. I- I'm not, I'm not sold that Keymailer provides a lot of value. And I don't know, maybe it did at some point, but yeah, I feel like it doesn't now. There's definitely going to be that expectation of this isn't my normal idle game remarks. Yeah, and I wonder too, like, is this going to be a sentiment shared by many people? Because when I tested out this mode, I think people liked it. Like, I think it's good, but it is very different from what people expect. Will a casual person go into this and say that this is fun or bad or good or whatever? So yeah, we'll see. Um, and given that you unlock it pretty quickly, I think people will probably, if they aren't expecting it and don't like it, probably feel like, oh well, this is a letdown, because that is part of the price of the game. Like that's why the price tag is $15. If I just had story mode, I think this would probably be like an $8 game or something. No, probably more than that. But yeah, probably not more than like 10. Okay, so if we hire a new adventurer, they should. Well, I probably just reflexively clicked continue game. They should now move. Everyone moves, right? Yeah, nice. Cool. Okay. I think we're fine now. Are they going to go to the right? Yeah, they did. Cool. What's the problem? Game not really being idle or lack of content? So I think you need to talk to individual people to find out what they thought the problems were. But I'll sum up some of the things that I saw here. So this person reviewed the game, and I'll link the review in chat. And their feedback essentially boils down to they loved story mode, they wanted more story mode. Then bone mode came about and they were like, this just wasn't what I was expecting. They wanted it to be different, and they said a little bit about how they wanted it to be different, but they mostly focused on like how they wanted like more story mode iterations. And I think a lot of people are expecting like a prestige system or something, which I am like thoroughly opposed to adding. I just don't want this being in like idle game territory where it's just like, oh, I like watching numbers go up. It's just not supposed to be that game. I get that that's part and parcel of incremental games, but traditional idle games take it to the max, and at some point you stop having fun, but you're still playing because you're like, oh, it still feels good to get progress. It's like, I just want people to have fun. I don't want there to be that hook of like, I needed to see numbers go up. And I think that's probably what is at the core of people who don't like bone mode. It's like we start you off again at the beginning with now random choices, and it's like it's a twist on the game. But I think what they want is more like the power fantasy of breaking a game like this. And yeah, it doesn't happen as much. I don't think many people will articulate it that way though. Like idle games are generally like fun plus numbers go up, and then eventually it's just numbers go up with no fun. And I want Skeleseller to be just fun the whole way through, and like incidentally numbers are going up. Okay, so we're done with this. So this is finished. Fix bug with adventurers starting state. When hiring your second adventurer, it would wait near the shop because we were checking if you had at least two adventurers. Excuse me, given how caching used to work. So I changed the caching stuff. I don't like squashed commits because it's kind of hard to find this exactly. But I changed this somewhere over here when I did this. Yeah, line 49. I changed it somewhere in this. Yeah, reduce allocations further. Where's that commit? What is going on here? There we go. All right, show me the commits. There. Now, where does it say allocations further? Here. I think it's this one. Yes. Good, cool. Which I changed in that. Noise. All right, adventure thing fixed. Anything else? 4 days. Hey, crows. Kind of like bone mode scenarios, not really being different from one another. You basically do the same thing, just with different starting conditions. I think that's probably part of it too. And, you know, I did a lot of analysis back then on could we have different goals? And like one of the goals, for example, was beat every boss. I just everything in the game is based around getting money. So beating bosses, while it is a different goal, it requires you to get enough money to be able to do it quickly. So I opted not to do these things or get enough sludge or harvest enough crops or something like that. I just didn't think it would be interesting or fun. But I think people think it will be interesting or fun. And either way, it feels a little bit different. I think it'll be around the ascension and skill tree stuff. Additionally, people want to keep building up the town and continue the run further. And it'll just be want more. Yeah. I don't know. This is kind of like the doomer stance of the game hasn't even launched. And by the way, I'm not blaming someone for this. No one in chat, and really not even myself, I guess. But game hasn't even launched, and we're predicting how it will fail or how it will get bad reviews. And it's possible that what we're predicting is exactly accurate. If that happened, by the way, if everyone is like, okay, look, story mode's great, then we unlock this mode that just nobody cares about. Honestly, I'm not totally sure what conclusion I'd draw. Like, how did we, if that were the case, how would we have gone through playtesting and not had this be fun at the end of it? Like, I think it's fun. I think it is enough of a change to the original game. I think it's smart to try and anticipate what reviewers will want. Yeah. I'm being a bit hyperbolic with this. You can expect at least one positive review. Yeah, I think realistically, I can probably expect a lot of positive reviews. Like, I don't think the game is going to get rated at like 56%. It'll be mixed or something. I think like the floor of ratings would be 80%. I just can't see most people disliking it or a third of people disliking it or something. Because I think it is a well-made game. And yeah, embrace the failure. Eventually, I mean, so what? It's either fix it or move on to a new game. Yeah. Okay, so I've had Pi-hole running for a while now. Let me try logging in here again. Oh, there's an update. Wow. Well, now we'll never know. Because this update might have been something that was just submitted to fix this. I mean, I guess we'll know if it breaks again. It's working now. Yeah. Who knows? Maybe Valve responded on here. No. I mean, I don't think they'd push out a fix in like half an hour from my comment, but they might have already been working on something like that. I think most reviews will be positive. It's more about don't let it get to you if it happens. I know that you can't satisfy everyone, but make sure you check yourself and reading those comments. Yeah, the other thing too is understanding the context of the player. So the only people who've covered the game so far right now are people who were, one, influencers to some extent, and two, like, probably non-casual gamers in almost every case. Like, Idle Club liked the game. He didn't play a lot of Bone Mode yet, and maybe he won't like it in the end. I don't know. But he plays idle games pretty much for a living at this point. So it's like, look, Skeleteller is supposed to be pretty casual. Like I said, it's nice that he liked it, but if he didn't like it, it wouldn't necessarily discount that the game is good. And then, yeah, other streamers that I reached out to, especially, I think anyone who's got like a min-max attitude will probably treat the game differently from what I expect the target audience would do. All right, so at some point, I gotta upload a new build. Yeah, we're gonna push this down to the weekend. I don't think we need to keep this open. I will write it for Monday though. Open Steam chat. And yeah, maybe on Tuesdays when we pin it, pin a message and also open Steam chat. Celebrate, you dummy. Ooh, that's gonna be a big day. All right, pin a message up with the Steam link to YouTube and Twitch. Actually, can you pin messages on YouTube? Is that possible? Test. Ah, yes, you can. Okay. Unrelated to the game, had to say I really appreciate the way you take notes while responding to chat and give me your thoughts on things. Rest of the note taking too. Yeah, thank you. I think it stood out to a lot of people, and I like that people appreciate it. I think it's pretty easy to incorporate into one's own workflow. Although maybe that's biased. Maybe it's not as easy. I want to do a video on that at some point too. Okay, so let's publish a new build. What time is it? 12:09. Oh my god. Oh, that also means a Game Request video is now live. I wonder how long it is. Let me take a look. Where is the video? There. Oh, it's a premiere, so you can't tell how long it is until it's done, right? Let me take a look off screen. Oh, wait, the video starts like halfway through the run. Huh. I wonder where the rest of the video is. All right, let's upload new builds for both of these. Let's start with the release version. Release tool, ask to upload to Steam, do that, yes. Ensure Steam is up to date, has cache credentials. No git changes are present. I don't want to do that. And then we're only uploading the Steam versions, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're going to run the release tool. And I want the demo to match the release version. So this is 09.15. Gotta remember that, 0.9.15. Oh, that's really cool, Magnus. Yeah. I like intersecting with people like that you just never have any insight into. I worked at a company back in, when was this? It was like 2015, that happened to be near some government buildings. And I had been in Toastmasters before that, so I was like, oh, I'm going to join Toastmasters again. And since it was near government buildings, there were a lot of government employees who went to that club. Whereas prior to that, I had only been to tech clubs. And they're just different kinds of people, right? Like the tech people talk about certain things and they talk in a certain way, and even the demographics are a little bit different. And it was just, I don't know, it's just so interesting to me. It's always kind of weird and surreal when you're in a group setting of people you would have never sort of normally interacted with. Like every once in a while, I'll go to like a 1-year-old's birthday party, which is not for the 1-year-old, it's for the parents, right? Like I'm not a parent. It's not that I don't talk to parents or talk to people with kids. But it's just, I don't like I don't hang out with someone with a young kid on a regular basis. So even that's interesting in a different way than meeting government employees, I guess. All right, all platforms exported. Yeah, cool. So this looks like it's done. Let's launch this just to make sure that everything's good. But you have Abby. Yeah, but in cat years, she's up there now. She's like a teenager. All right, so this is 0915. Let's test and make sure that we can do this. Yep, let's put them back in the warehouse. Great. Let's get the garbage slime. Cool. All right, so I gotta go put this online. Let's close out of the millions of tabs that I have. And then get this link. Who is Abby? Good intuition. This is Abby. Look at that face. Okay, why is it asking me to sign in? Oh, there it goes. All right, so I was gonna put this on default, right? Preview change. Say this is 0915, 09.9.15. Okay, so now I want to upload the demo. Why did that not work? Hello, what's going on? Did that work? Yeah, that worked. Okay, so that's live. And now we got to get the demo. So for this, I guess we cut out all this stuff that I did over here. Yeah, delete. Okay, now we run this. We got to type in 0915. Demo. Done. Okay, now this is going to take twice as long because we have twice as many builds because we got to put them on itch as well. Okay, let's fill out the journal during this time. Man, you know what I think would be really tough? Is if you launch a game you've been working on for a long time and it launches the negative reviews. Like not mixed, not like somewhat positive, just it's just negative. There was a game that I was following just out of like morbid curiosity for a little while. It was some superhero MMO and they just did not get traction. And I could sense a lot of defensiveness. I never talked to these people. I never contributed to this, but I could sense their defensiveness and their responses to other people. Like people were saying why they didn't like the game or why it was bad or I don't know. And people are brutal. They're just brutal. Like some of this stuff is uncalled for. It's okay to say you don't like a game and say why you don't like it. You shouldn't go farther than that. You shouldn't be like the devs suck or I don't know. It's like you can stop at just talking about the product. Take the L and move to the next game. The no problem part is the only part of that message that I think is tough. The move on to the next game, yeah, hopefully you can do, but the no problem is like it's really hard to process that. I know what it's like going through that. I went through that with Botland. I mean, it ended up being mixed on Steam, which doesn't matter because I ended up discontinuing the game anyway. But I didn't feel good during this time. I was a ball of stress. Yeah. And not because of the reviews, just because I recognize what the scenario was. I don't think anyone was like super mean in their reviews. Although who knows, maybe they were. Like boomer heroes. They just all right, so tackled bugs that I saw from watching 12 hours of Skeleseller videos yesterday. Nothing was all that major. Actually, I don't even know what I did, so let's push and find out. And then maybe also publish some patch notes. I'm not sure. No one's got the release version other than influencers, and they're not looking at the Steam updates I'm making. Do you want to upload to itch? Yes. Let's run this really fast first. This is going to give me the demo version. Should be 0915 demo. Yep. And if I continue. All right. I think this is good. Yeah, battle's not available in the demo. Okay, sure. Looks fine. So upload to itch and then go put this live. Default preview. 0915 demo. Set build live. Okay. Now this one I got to do on my phone. Give me a sec. Okay. All right, so that should all be done. Caught the golem ambiguity yesterday from that one stream. Yeah. Yeah, that I just addressed. Well, I addressed part of it. So here's the part I was never planning on addressing. Again, if the golem's at 100 out of 100 life and the cleric is at 200 out of 200, then taunt will not be active because 100 is less than 200. If the cleric then gets down to 99 out of 200 life, then taunt will be active. This is working as intended. The part that wasn't working as intended is when the cleric is at higher life and is not targetable. And now we reject all of those entities. It's blocked. Oh, I think I had to block it. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think I blocked it in countries that didn't have loot boxes because of the monetization system, which I look back on very, I don't know, with shame. So is this worth publishing patch notes? They're allowed? Huh. I don't think I blocked it in Germany, so I don't know why that wouldn't work. Maybe it's more along the lines of like a German law where if your game hasn't been accessible for a while, then you shouldn't have it on Steam. I don't know. All right, what am I doing? I'm going to this. And we're looking at the commits that I've done since the last time, or even just today. Make Goblin more obvious, change Earth and Taunt, fix bugs with entities not disappearing. Yeah, none of these were really that bad. This I pushed yesterday, and that I don't think made it in. So I fixed a few more bugs, but I haven't published patch notes in a while, so let's just go publish them. Post on Steam and past. What did I do to anger the Germans? No, I would never anger you all. Not intentionally. So do we consider this a regular one? I haven't updated the demo in a while. Yeah, I'll make it a regular one. Well, then I need artwork, right? Has anything changed enough for me to justify that? Maybe I'll just say we're 4 days from launching. Hey everyone, the game launches. Skeleton launches very soon. I'm excited and nervous. And I've still been working hard on everything. This post coincides with updating the demo and the release version of the game here on Steam. But it's mostly minor changes. Is there anything that's not minor in here? I don't know if anything in the demo is even visible. Not really. I don't know when I last published the demo, though. Oh, we could find out. March 6th. Okay. What did we do since March 6th, then? March 6th was this stuff. So this became a tabbed UI. That's not in the demo. And then just all the stuff I've been working on here, which is presumably nothing important for demo players. What have I been doing then since March 6th? It was a week ago. Well, this is why we keep a journal, because I don't remember. Merged some PRs, worked on minor improvements in the backlog, updated screenshots, play tested. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Took care of minor issues. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, it's just minor issues. All right, we're detailing. Oh, what else should I say here? If you're, I don't know. That's pretty much it. There's not, this isn't even really an update, is it? There's no point in posting this. I was gonna say maybe if you want, you can watch a YouTube video of people playing, but like that might spoil the game. I'll just mention it in here. I mean, how many people are really gonna read this? There has been some content creators on YouTube and Twitch have been covering the launch version of the game. If you'd like to check it out, for example, here's Idle Cub's great video. Idle Cub Skeleseller. This one. Here's Idle Cub's. What, 3 hours, I think? 3 hours, 16 minutes. Link. Text link or pill. And a button color. That's new. Huh. Okay. I had a lot of fun watching. I hope you'll all enjoy the game on Tuesday. I plan to celebrate the launch on Twitch. On my Twitch stream. Twitch. Okay. All right, so we would need a piece of cover art for this. Let's get the NPCs throwing confetti. I think that's pretty decent. Tuesday with an exclamation point. Be excited. Yeah, I'm a very emoji heavy person. So how about that? Wasn't there new artwork? Oh yeah, that the like the header art that I posted that Quickie Joe did. Yeah, but I don't think that's fitting for this particular post. That's all. Does the garbage slime even throw confetti when you beat a boss? We're about to find out. I don't think so though. So save and no, they do not. Okay, let's load and find someone who does throw confetti. Maybe, yeah, we could have it be the potion vendor. And then move this out of the way so I can get an unobscured screenshot. And now, no. Okay, oh, that was bad. You gotta do all that again. I mean, it's not really all that. All right, let's angle the camera here and then save it first. That way we can get back to that camera setting. And then we do that and we take a picture. Oh, I guess we should just delete the banner. Yeah. What's this? Is about deselected tabs? Yeah, I don't care about that. Show defeated elite banner. Return. Hey, Serena. Thanks for playing the game yesterday. I hope you had fun. I am a mess. Yeah, like I'm getting more and more nervous as I'm streaming. But we're just trying to take a screenshot for now. Oh, did that not work? Oh, because the confetti's part of this? Yeah, I just want the confetti. In fact, why am I doing this? Why don't I just put this in unhandled input and then type page up and then do that? Cool. Cheating in his own game. That should be disallowed. Man. Serena, have you checked out Next Fest this year? Because there's one in February. And I don't know how into demos you are, but that's usually a pretty good source for demos for a lot of people. Okay, this is a pretty nice picture. I like this. It's got some confetti. Got a couple of characters moving around. So let's save that as new cover image. That's a descriptive name. And then save and go to artwork, select, temp, new cover image. Did I not save it here? How did I mess this up? Oh, I put it in there. New Steam screenshots. I didn't mean to put that there. All right, well, whatever. Let's go find it. There. Okay, now we gotta resize it. I want the confetti. I wanted the characters too. We can't have them both. Maybe that is good. No, that looks pretty bad. That looks bad too. So maybe just that. Wow, so much for confetti. Oh, and there's a debug button on the screen, isn't there? Did that make it in the screenshot? How do I look at that again? I can't. I don't think it did. Upload. What's the wish list count? I think we're close to 15,000 or 14,346. 14,346 on, let's do that today. There we go. Can you spam them a little more? I could, yeah. I don't think a lot of people end up looking at these things though, and I kind of just want to be done with this. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. Hey, Maya. Okay, so why does it say it's incomplete? Do I have to hit save again? Cover image. Oh no. I filled out the wrong thing. Whoops. All right, well, this is even smaller. But it's a different aspect ratio too, so I guess we can do that. The confetti's not really obvious though. Yeah, let's just do the thing that I had before and get that in the image. I like for there to be a little bit of grass in the image there. Yeah, that's good. Cool. Upload that. Spam more for the screenshot. Yeah, no, I heard you. I didn't, I don't think many people are going to see this, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it. All right, so hey, Skelesaur launches very soon. I'm excited and nervous, and I've still been working hard on everything. This post coincides with updating the demo and the release version of the game here on Steam, but it's mostly minor changes that aren't worth detailing. Some content creators on YouTube and Twitch have been covering the launch version of the game if you'd like to check it out. It referring to the launch version, I guess. For example, this video. Yep, I hope you all enjoy the game on Tuesday. I plan to celebrate the launch on my Twitch stream by being a basket case. Okay, let's publish this. So we're done with this. And I'll write this down for Monday. Make sure to publish the final build. Tuesday hype. Hey, Thoros. Yeah, I've got to get the rest of the launch tasks done. Especially the itch builds. Gonna tent in front of the Steam store. That's where I'll be. With my graham crackers and marshmallows. Oh man. All right. Let's get rid of that. I already pushed this, right? I should probably merge that branch before I continue, huh? All right, so this is finished. This stuff's probably not super important at this point. I already have that on the list. All right, there was something else I wanted to say that struck me after my last break that I didn't actually talk about. Also, what time is it? 12:30. Okay, I gotta get going kind of soon because I'm very hungry. But the thing I want to say is that while I was tackling Skelesaur, I mentioned we had all these checkpoints. And by the way, for anyone who hasn't seen this video, this is pretty long, but if you're interested in game dev at all, I highly recommend watching this. I'll paste it in Steam chat and in YouTube chat as well. Anyway, it covers how I went from having nothing in Skeleseller to having what we have now. And it started with a design doc and it detoured its way through this game, which looks very different from Skeleseller. It played like Final Fantasy 1 combined with, I don't know, like it was mostly Final Fantasy 1 actually, combined with automation, I suppose. And it goes through the years of me working on the game. For all of these checkpoints that I did, and this is my point right now, is that I had the mentality of improving the game, or I guess wanting to improve the game. And now we're about to hit launch. Launch is like the final checkpoint, but there's an asterisk, but not really. People might have feedback again. I don't think I have this mentality anymore of like, I want to improve the game. I think I probably would, but I'm not in that mindset. And I think I need to be, especially if reviews are going to be unfavorable. So yeah, this is, I think the mixture of emotions I have now is just going to get intensified by Tuesday. Probably still be excitement. It'll probably still be nervousness. I think there'll be some relief, but I don't think it's going to be all that much. I mean, unless every review is just positive, then I think it'll be fine. Do game companies keep archives and store every version they've released so far? I imagine a company like Valve probably would, or maybe, oh, maybe that's not what you mean. Maybe like me, for example. Do I keep all the archives? I won't keep an archive of the builds, but I have an archive of the code from which I could make any of the builds. You know, with a caveat here that it'll require me finding the same versions of every dependency that I had at the time too. Gonna do good there. Hey, Modestus. Even if there's bugs around, as long as the core is enjoyable, you'll be fine. Yeah, but that's the part I'm concerned about. Like, I think most people like story mode. Then you unlock something called bone mode, and I think this is maybe a little bit more questionable from the people who recently played the game. So yeah, I'm not certain if they're going to be like, all right, that's too much of a departure from what I was expecting here. And that's going to be a lot harder to do something about. Yeah, I don't know. We still have the releases on Git. We don't have builds though, right? I don't think we ever set up GitHub Actions or anything. Like these releases are just, oh, it's just the one. And honestly, this I should probably just delete. This was because I was testing automated patch notes and you needed a release for this. So yeah, this is some random day that I haven't to test it. I don't think people will be too shocked. Yeah, I don't know. There have been 3 people who tried it recently who were like, yeah, this isn't what I was expecting. And there haven't been that many people to try it. So by improvement, do you mean potential DLC releases? By improvement, I just mean hypothetical mentality of improvements. So let's say the game is flawless, everyone loves it, it's perfect. Then no, I don't think there'd be any improvement I'd probably make. I'd probably just be like, all right, we're done, we're moving on. But, and by the way, minor bugs, major bugs, yeah, I would plan on fixing those. So I guess what I'm talking about more is like, if people don't like the game design behind bone mode, for example, or they want more of story mode or something, like I don't have plans to expand story mode. It's what I wanted to make. I think the pacing is good. I think it's fun. I think adding to it is possible, but it would probably have to be called like story mode extension or something where there are more systems that I add in. There's an audience for sure. Yeah, you're probably right. I think I'm just too in my head right now about this stuff and maybe over indexing on the recent feedback and expecting every piece of feedback to be the same way. Is it more a matter of managing expectations somehow? Isn't what I expected is not the same as bad? I'm not certain. And that's another thing that I kind of mentioned earlier is that the influencers that I share this with don't tend to go to the Steam page, for example. Like one of the things on here is that there's about 5 hours of story mode. And yeah, if you read this ahead of time, you probably wouldn't treat it like it's a game that's going to last for 20 hours. So yeah, maybe what I should do instead of saying another 5 hours for an extra mode, maybe I should just advertise this as a mode. Like, by the way, the second half of this game is a roguelike game. Yeah. You think this is due to not having a break from the development and doing it for too long and focusing too much on the game? The not having the mentality of improving it? Excuse me. I think part of it is just the unknown. As in, the game could do well or it could do poorly. Another part of it is I'm excited about the new game idea that I have. And I feel like I have been working a little too much in the last maybe like month or so. There's probably more to it than that as well. Nobody's reading that page though, that's for I think some people will. And I think especially if people are on the fence. The other thing that's kind of weird that happens in Steam reviews is if someone does leave a negative review and there's something in the description that will counteract what that review said, that there'll be a bunch of people like hopping on the reviewer saying, hey, this was advertised ahead of time, blah, blah, blah. Like, for the record, I don't think people should do that anywhere, really, unless the complaints are directly related to it. Okay, well, we've done everything. Did I finish filling this out? Yeah. Published new versions. Okay. I think that's going to be it for today. Oh, hey again, Serena. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. I'll probably go raid. If someone's still playing Skeleseller, which I don't think anyone probably is. Oh, no, Fairone does too. I raided Velhar yesterday. Velhar is still playing Bone Mode, so I don't know. Maybe he likes it. Maybe not. But I'm going to go raid Fairone, who looks like he just started. Hey, Jilefe. Good to see you again. Saw you in Windy's stream. Yeah, he's just starting, so I think this will be pretty interesting. Anyway, thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good weekend. Monday, I will stream possibly a half day again. And then Tuesday will be however long until I'm in tears on stream. I don't know. So thank you all. I hope you have a good one. Bye.